You hear the clicky noise just because they want to check their microphones in the back, so we're just checking microphones.
Everybody ready? The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebo, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 5381, 173 is amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Joint Resolution 1021 be postponed indefinitely. House Joint Resolution 1022 be postponed indefinitely. House Joint Resolution 1023 be referred to the House for final action.
Conference committee reports.
To the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, your first conference committee appointed on Senate Bill 113 concerning the use of
committee
personal...
reports will be printed in the journal. Signing of bills.
The Speaker has signed Senate Bills 299, 166...
Those will be printed in the journal as well. Messages from the Senate.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, the Senate voted to
Those are
concur...
going to go in the journal as well. He's sad. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended.
Okay,
House
esos
Bill
también.
11... Oh.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shebo. Madam Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the following bills be made special orders tonight, May 10th at 5:25 p.m. Senate Bill 173, Senate Bill 81, Senate Bill 239, Senate Bill 179, Senate Bill 206, Senate Bill 205, Senate Bill 225, Senate Bill 77, Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 197, and Senate Bill 53.
Thank you. Members, you've heard the motion. The bills laid out by the Assistant Majority Leader will be made special orders. At 5:25 p.m. on May 10th, 22. Oh. Representative Roberts. You've heard the motion, and so the House will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole, and Representative Roberts will be the chair. Take the chair. And I get to gavel again. All right.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Assistant Majority Leader, and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 173.
Senate Bill 173 by Senators Rodriguez and Smallwood, also Representatives Byrd and McKean, concerning criteria relating to the operation of telepharmacy outlets and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
You're going to move it off?
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 173 and the Appropriations and Finance Committee reports.
And public health.
And Public Health report.
Yes. To the Appropriations Committee report.
This requires a small appropriation to just facilitate all that we need to do, and we got that appropriation.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we added additional rules to provide some structure to help regulate new telepharmacies. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report passes. To the Public Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report. Representative Byrd.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. During the Public Health and Insurance Committee, we added additional rules and guardrails to help regulate telepharmacies. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Public Health Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Public Health Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report passes. To the bill. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Folks, Senate Bill 173 allows us to expand the availability of telepharmacies. Telepharmacies are a lower cost model to make sure that communities can have the services of pharmacy of drugs that they can get locally that really serve a much broader spectrum of our state and our society. This is a model that we have tested and has proven true, but what we really need is just the ability to expand it within the guardrails that we put on. This is a good bill for patients. This is a good bill for rural Colorado. This is a good bill.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, thank you for taking time to learn more about Senate Bill 273. Many people in our state in rural and frontier communities don't have reliable access to prescription medication. Pharmacies and drugstores are often absent as larger chains have chosen not to locate in these areas, and unfortunately not enough pharmacists have chosen to locate in these areas. So as a result, patients with in these areas that are not as likely to keep up with their medications, and those with chronic conditions often suffer from deteriorating health. This is an opportunity to expand an opportunity that's already allowed on our books. The state of Colorado already permits telepharmacies, but there are many restrictions that make it cumbersome and nearly impossible to locate them in areas where they are needed. So our bill eliminates those restrictions, but also leaves with the Board of Pharmacy the discretion and opportunity to determine where those areas of need are and where a telepharmacy may be located. And our bill added to the existing statute additional guardrails and rules to make sure that those operating in telepharmacies are operating within the law and also keeping patients safe. So this is a good bill, and we urge a yes vote.
Further discussion, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Several years ago, Shinewells lost its only pharmacist. And 45 miles away in Eads, Colorado, that drugstore came to the rescue, doing exactly what this bill talks about. They have come to the aid of everyone that needs medication. They deliver once a day, and it's really been a lifesaver for our small community. So I couldn't be in more support of any bill than this bill. It's proven itself in our small community, and it'll work throughout the state. So I'm a yes vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 173? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 173. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 173 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 81.
Senate Bill 81 by Senators Smallwood and Donovan, also Representatives Tipper and Will, concerning a requirement that the Board of Directors of the Colorado Health Benefit Exchange create a consumer outreach campaign to provide consumers with comprehensive information regarding covered health care services and in connection therewith adjusting the limit on the total amount of tax credits that may be granted to health insurance companies.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 81 and the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Finance, we adjusted the sunset provision. Wow, it is hard to formulate thoughts. We went from 5 years to 2 years, so this program will be reevaluated after 2 years. And we asked for a yes vote on the Finance Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard this bill in Finance, and I really like the bill as well. However, there was an amendment added in Finance that I felt was quite challenging. And actually, the microphones are slightly different. Whoever said that was correct. Sorry. The amendment that was added in Finance moved it from being a 5-year window down to a 2-year window. And the reality of what this means for the educational campaign of being able to talk about the exchange and market the exchange is that you only have one open enrollment period. So by the time you actually are able to formulate and put together the marketing campaign, there will only be the open enrollment period of October of 2023, and that will be the only one that will actually be able to be marketed under this particular bill with the amendment that was added. So it has limited effect. It was actually a better bill back when it had the 5-year window because you actually would have had 4 open enrollment periods that you would have had to market there, which is why I move amendment L021 and ask that it be displayed. It just does what I told you.
Okay. All right. L012 has been moved and is now displayed to the amendment. Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment does what I just described, which was it removes the amendment that was added in the Finance Committee to go back to the 5-year window of time for being able to market the exchange so that insurance companies are able to make full use of this, and Coloradans actually can become aware, because the effectiveness of what we currently have with the amendment is greatly limited. You'd only have one open enrollment period really to be able to market. This is a great bill, a great program. I just want to see it be completely effective, and the way the bill was originally written and came from the Senate to the House was a much better bill, and I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I asked for a no vote on Amendment L12 and appreciate very much the discussion. This was a conversation that Representative Will and I have had too on this. Ultimately, where we came down, or where I'll speak for myself, where I came down is that appreciating the point Representative Soper made about the time, we want to be obviously good stewards of taxpayer dollars, and this is a lot of money. It's $5 million a year. So for 2 years, it's $10 million investment in educating Coloradans that are eligible to get health care off the exchange, how to get it, how to access it. And if the program works in the way that we are confident it will work, then the program is going to be renewed at the end of 2 years. And so I think it's a reasonable guardrail to put on. The other thing I'll say is that with respect to the open enrollment period, there are mechanisms in place for the division to, in anticipation of receiving these dollars, start using essentially other dollars to fund the education campaign sooner. So it's not the case that they will have to wait until October of 2023. It has to be at least done by then, so they can start earlier. They're eager to start. One of the reasons they're really eager to start with this education campaign is that we're anticipating with the expiration of some of the federal legislation that there are going to be individuals that will roll roll off Medicaid, and we want to make sure, and it's almost about 400,000 Coloradans, they have warm handoffs to the programs that they're eligible for at the state level, which could cause really big gaps. So this 2-year period is a critical time period that everyone's worried about. We'll have an opportunity to come back to this legislative body and say this worked, and we think we should extend it for another 2 or 4 years. So I ask for a no vote on Amendment L12.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I'll add to that, my colleague did a wonderful job of explaining that, but we did have the conversation. This, the taxpayers, it's a $5 million per year fiscal note on this, and so, the taxpayers are paying for that. So we thought that 2 years is a long enough time period to evaluate whether this is a good program or it's not. And then we're not locked into it for 5 years. So that's what.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Rep. Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a very good amendment. Thank you for bringing it. It just doesn't make sense. If it's a good bill, and it is a good bill, I believe, then, which the original bill, it already had guardrails in it. It already was time limited, actually quite short. What the bill as it came out of committee is so short that there'll barely be even time to see if it's even working or not, because by the time staff gets hired, by the time the marketing gurus get together and come up with a great marketing strategy and get it out there, it'll be the fall at best. And right now the bill is set to expire within a year of that. So that's a little absurd if I see. And I think the sponsors have done very good work on this bill. I think it's a very good idea. So let it breathe for not more than 1 full year. And the guardrails of 5 years, or it's not even 5 years, it's even shorter than that. That's nothing really to balk at already. So I think the bill as drafted is very good, and I thank the sponsor of this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. To the Finance Committee report. Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's already been said, this is a great bill. It creates and implements a public awareness and education campaign to educate consumers in Colorado about options for obtaining health care coverage. And it reduces the number of individuals that are eligible and improves health literacy, assists people who lose minimum coverage, reduces eligible but not enrolled people, which is anywhere close to 30% in many of our counties. And this outreach to these individuals that are no longer eligible for benefits under Medicaid or the Children's Basic Health Plan, it really helps those two. It gives them a chance to be covered. And it's like about 1 in 5 or 20% of the uninsured adults, that's ages 19 to 44 in this state, report they don't have coverage because they don't know how to get it. That's what this program is supposed to do. This bill covers that, and it's awareness and plays into the awareness and education that this bill is promoting. So this is a really great bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 81? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 81. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 81 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 239, one bill.
You've heard the motion. Senate Bill 239 will be laid over one bill. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 179.
Senate Bill 179 by Senators Janal and List and also Representative Lontine concerning measures to address tampering with the motor vehicle's emission control system.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 179. There is no committee report.
To the bill, Rep. Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 79 seeks to improve Colorado's air quality by reducing the number of vehicles with defeat devices on Colorado's roads and highways. Senate Bill 79 helps to prevent vehicles from being tampered with in the future and remove these tampered vehicles from the road through repair orders, provides CDPHE with authority to receive complaints and inspect vehicles for properly functioning emission systems, Anyone who sells, operates, or tampers with a vehicle is subject to a graduated scale of fines based on the number of prior offenses and whether they are a commercial or individual actor. And it creates a safe harbor provision to incentivize people to come forward and report a tampered vehicle so they can be brought into compliance. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 179? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 179. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 179 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill. Oh, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move once again to lay over Senate Bill 239, one bill.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 239 will lay over one bill. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 206.
Senate Bill 206 by Senator Fenberg, also Representative Amabile, concerning resources for disaster preparedness and recovery and in connection therewith, creating the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program, the Sustainable Rebuilding Program, the Office of Climate Preparedness, and making an appropriation.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, for those of you who are wondering, I have two of this exact same jacket and two of these exact same pair of pants. So, you know, just in case you were worried. I would like to move the committee report and the appropriations report, if there is one.
And in the bill?
And the bill.
All right. That's a proper motion to the Appropriations Committee report.
Okay, so in appropriations, we had added an amendment in the committee and that increased the appropriation. And in the appropriations committee, we took that amendment out and decreased the appropriation. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report passes. To the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the State Military and Veterans Affair, we added an amendment, which we then took out in appropriations. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the committee report. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really don't like Section 4 of this bill, and so I have an amendment. I move amendment L023.
Is it to the bill or the committee
It's to the committee report.
Okay.
And ask that it be displayed.
Okay, L023 has been moved and is now displayed. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What Section 4 does is it stands up the office of, shoot, I need to go get my bill.
It's right here. It stands up the statewide office of.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I'm looking at this.
It stands up the Climate Preparedness Department, I think.
Well, here you go. I can make it easier.
Sorry about this.
It's
Sorry
the
about this.
Office of Climate Preparedness.
What it does is it strips out Section 4, which is standing up the Climate Preparedness Department. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Amabile.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on Amendment L023.
Any further discussion on L023? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L023. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. To the State Affairs Committee report. Is there any further discussion on the State Affairs Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the state's.
Wait.
Okay. Representative Amabile.
Okay, so I would like to offer an amendment to the committee report.
Can you move the amendment?
Yes, I move L017.
Okay. L017 has been moved and is now displayed. Representative Amabile.
Thank you. And what this amendment does is it ensures that there's a competitive bid process on the loan making section of the bill.
Is there any further discussion on L017? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L017 passes. To the State Affairs Committee report. Any further discussion on the State Affairs Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Amabile.
Yes, thank you. I have an amendment to the bill, and I'll explain it, but it won't make as much sense until I talk about the bill. But what it does is it sets up, it allows us to construct a hangar for the equipment that we are buying that will be used for firefighting. So one of the things in the bill is that we set up a 24/7 dispatch center, and then we have a place where we're going to put all of this new firefighting equipment so that we can dispatch it from statewide at 24/7.
Can you move the amendment, Rep. Amabile?
I move L028 and ask for a yes vote.
Okay. L028 has been moved and is now displayed. Is there any further discussion on L028? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of amendment L028. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. To the bill, Representative Amabile.
Well, let me just explain what the bill does, and then we can go ahead and have other people talk about it. So it does basically 5 things. It sets up a disaster resilience rebuilding program that helps people who have lost their homes in a fire to rebuild in a resilient way so that if they're in the WUI or if they're just in an area where there's prone to fires, their home will be more resilient. It sets up a sustainable rebuilding program that allows people, it's a grant program so that people can rebuild in a more sustainable way. It sets up the Office of Climate Preparedness that's going to set up a roadmap to help us become more prepared for the things that are going to happen due to climate change. It sets up a statewide fire dispatch center and aerial firefighting, and that's what the hangar is for. And it does a study on homeowners insurance. So previously I've been working on homeowners insurance with regard to fire insurance, and we have found that many people, 2/3 of the people are underinsured, and it's a very difficult problem to solve. So this would ask the Division of Insurance to put together a study group and figure out what we can do to not only address underinsurance, but also to address the problem of insurance companies potentially being unwilling to insure homeowners in different parts of our state. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Holtorf.
That's
yours. You don't have to leave me alone.
Well, it looks like you got a whole gang coming. Plus you're raising that thing?
It's a little gang. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out a couple things that are concerning, and I do like, I'll start by saying I do like the amendment with respect to building infrastructure and the hangars and the structures, particularly when we invest in this multi-million-dollar Firehawk. Those helicopters need to be hangared. They need to be protected from elements in the weather. Imagine if you get a microburst in, and I've had this happen as a commander of an attack helicopter company in the Federal Republic of Germany. You get a microburst in and it literally flips your helicopters upside down if they're not chained to the tarmac because you don't have enough hangar space. So that's good, but here's my concern. We're going to invest 56 plus million, and the investment is significant with 25 FTE. But here's some of the concerns I have. The Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program in DOLA provides loans and grants. Okay, I don't know if that's the loans, if we should be getting into the banking business. I'm not sure what the structure of the loans are, so I'm asking the bill sponsor to clarify that. Sustainable Rebuilding Program, once again, and the Colorado Energy Office providing loans and grants. And I understand why, but This concerns me. The Office of Climate Preparedness in the governor's office for disaster recovery. So those are some concerns. The last one, I get the statewide fire dispatch center and aerial firefighting. I get that one. The other three, I have reservations and questions. And I don't think we should get in the banking business. You've heard me say that. Maybe the bill sponsor can explain that to me.
Representative Amabile.
Yeah, so DOLA and the Colorado Energy Office are going to make rules around what this loan program looks like and also around what the grant program looks like. But more than likely, they will be contracting with banks to make the loans. So the state itself would not be in the loan business.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find lots of things about this bill that are good, but I find some things that are bad. We could have the possibility of a big fire season coming, but this is going to be a pretty big thing to get stood up and to get it all right. So with that, I move Amendment L024 and ask that it be displayed.
L024 has been moved and is displayed. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've seen a lot of bills this year, last session, basically all 4 sessions I've been here, that have flat out abused the safety clause. So what this amendment does is just puts in the petition clause, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask for a no vote on this. As my esteemed colleague just said, we are likely to have a very dangerous and deadly fire season, and the sooner we can get moving on these things, the better. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Pelton. Any further discussion on Amendment L024? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L024. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I take a look at this bill, and it's got some good in it. It's got some stuff that I'm not too comfortable with. First, I think that anything to do with preparedness, adaptation to climate change, such that it does occur, are all good things to plan for, and I think that the hangars and so forth are very good ideas. What I disagree with is the idea that we, the state, should be getting into bankrolling individual companies, individuals, and making those loans. We're stepping into the area where insurance companies are supposed to go, where individual responsibility is supposed to go, and that's where I have a heartburn with this bill. And for that reason, I would recommend a no vote on the bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 206. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm big into disaster preparedness and readiness, but what I see here is not really disaster preparedness or readiness. I see a lot of loans and grants to the tune of, on the revised fiscal note, which we may have already spoken to, but on the revised fiscal note, we're talking total expenditures of $56.6 million, and the loans and grants can be used to install high-efficiency heat pumps. It's not really a disaster preparedness deal. Achieving advanced energy certifications doesn't really help with disaster preparedness or recovery. Achieving energy, I say again, achieve net zero energy or net zero carbon buildings doesn't really help with disaster preparedness and recovery. It seems, I don't know, I go through this and I feel like I am being misled, or I misunderstand it. So to that end, let's read this at length. I make a motion to read it at length. Thank you.
That is a proper motion. Please read Senate Bill 206.
Second Regular Session 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado reengrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLS No. 22-0860.03 Megan Wapples X4348 Senate Bill 22 to 206. Senate Committees House Committees State, Veterans, and Military Affairs Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning resources for disaster preparedness and 102 recovery, and, in connection therewith, creating the 103 Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program, the Sustainable 104 Rebuilding Program, the Office of Climate 105 Preparedness, and making an appropriation. Bill Summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the reengrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Section 2 creates the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program in the Division of Local Government, Division, in the Department of Local Affairs. Senate third reading unamended May 3, 2022. Senate amended second reading May 2, 2022. Senate sponsorship Fenberg, Bridges, Buckner, Danielson, Donovan, Fields, Ginnell, Gonzalez, Hansen, Hinrichsen, Jacquez Lewis, Coker, Lee, Moreno, Pedersen, Story, Winter, Zenzinger. House sponsorship Amabel. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. The Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program's purpose is to provide loans and grants to homeowners, owners of residential rental property, businesses, governmental entities, and other organizations working to rebuild after a disaster emergency. The division may contract with a governmental entity, bank, credit union, community development financial institution, CDFI, or other entity to administer the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program. If the division contracts with an entity other than a governmental entity or CDFI, the division is required to engage in an open and competitive process to select the entity. The division or an administrator is required to establish policies for administering the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program, including application requirements, eligibility requirements for applicants, maximum assistance levels, loan terms, and any specific criteria for the allowable uses of the loans and grants. Loans and grants may be used to subsidize costs to repair or rebuild a homeowner's primary residence that are insufficiently covered by the homeowner's insurance or by federal assistance programs, including costs to rebuild to advance fire resistance standards and to replant climate-ready trees and vegetation. Repair or reconstruct housing stock in areas that are experiencing a shortage of available housing by housing authorities and nonprofit organizations working to repair or reconstruct housing stock, or by owners of rental housing who agree to requirements to provide affordable rent. Rebuild neighborhoods plan to resist the impacts of natural disasters. Provide operating capital to a business experiencing a loss or interruption of business, or to pay to repair or replace damaged business property and inventory, or reimburse governmental entities for costs associated with a declared disaster that are not covered by available federal assistance, including costs associated with disaster management, fee waivers for building permits. Infrastructure repairs and replacement of lost revenue. The bill creates the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program Fund. The state treasurer is required to transfer $15 million to the fund after the effective date of the bill. The money in the fund is continuously appropriated to the division for the rebuilding program. Section 3 creates the Sustainable Rebuilding Program in the Colorado Energy Office. The office is required to consult with the Colorado Resiliency Office and the Department of Local Affairs in creating the Sustainable Rebuilding Program. The Sustainable Rebuilding Program's purpose is to provide loans and grants to homeowners, owners of residential rental property, and businesses that are rebuilding after a wildfire or other natural disaster to cover costs associated with building. 206. High-performing, energy-efficient, and resilient homes and structures. The office may contract with a governmental entity, Colorado-based nonprofit Green Bank with history and expertise in providing loans and grants for energy efficiency projects and services, business nonprofit, bank, credit union, or community development financial institution to administer the Sustainable Rebuilding Program. If the office contracts with an entity other than a governmental entity, the office is required to engage in an open and competitive process to select the entity. The Colorado Energy Office or an administrator is required to establish policies for administering the Sustainable Rebuilding Program, including application requirements, eligibility requirements for homeowners and businesses, maximum assistance levels, loan terms, and any specific criteria for the allowable uses of the loans and grants. The loans and grants may be used to Install high-efficiency heat pumps for heating space or water. Achieve advanced energy certifications, including from Energy Star, the Passive House Institute U.S., the United States Department of Energy Zero Energy Ready Homes, or other similar programs. Achieve net zero energy or net zero carbon buildings with the addition of renewable energy generation. Assist with the costs of installing battery storage and electric vehicle charging stations. Cover the incremental costs of building to the most recent energy standard adopted by a local jurisdiction compared to the earlier version of the jurisdiction's energy code, and support other similar uses identified by the office. The bill creates the Sustainable Rebuilding Program Fund. The state treasurer is required to transfer $20 million to the fund after the effective date of the bill. The money in the fund is continuously appropriated to the Office for the Resiliency Program. Section 4 creates the Office of Climate Preparedness in the Governor's Office. The office is required to coordinate disaster recovery efforts for the Governor's Office, as well as the development and implementation of the statewide climate preparedness roadmap that the office is also charged with preparing and publishing. The Office of Climate Preparedness may establish interagency and intergovernmental task forces and community advisory groups to inform and support the work of the office. The office may promote community engagement and information sharing and further efforts to implement the recommendations of the roadmap. The Office of Climate Preparedness is required to coordinate the implementation of the roadmap and may establish criteria for evaluating existing programs in all other state agencies to ensure implementation of -3-206. The roadmap and its governing principles. No later than December 1, 2023, the Office of Climate Preparedness is required to prepare and publish, and every 3 years thereafter, update the roadmap. The roadmap must integrate and include information from all existing state plans that address climate mitigation, adaptation, resiliency, and recovery. The roadmap must build upon this previous body of work, seek to align existing plans, and identify any gaps in policy, planning, or resources. The roadmap must identify strategies for how the state will grow in population and continue to develop in a manner that meets certain goals specified in the bill. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly hereby finds and declares that, 4a, in recent years, hundreds of Colorado residents have lost their 5 homes and businesses to wildfires, floods, and other disasters across the 6th state. 7b, many homeowners and owners of residential rental property affected by wildfires or floods do not have adequate resources to rebuild. 9. In the face of their loss, and may need hundreds of thousands of dollars. 10. To rebuild a home similar to what they lost. 11. C. Local business owners similarly face destruction of their 12 property, as well as interruptions to their business and resulting losses in 13 revenue. 14. D. Local governments are also negatively affected by natural. 15. Disasters, both directly through damage to public infrastructure, and 16. Indirectly due to decreased property values, lowered tax revenues, and 17. Increased workload in responding to the disaster and to the needs of 18. Community members and residents working to recover. 19. E. Rebuilding homes, businesses, and infrastructure in the wake. 20. Of wildfires, floods, and other disasters is essential to sustaining the 4-206. 1. Communities affected by the disaster, as well as to the recovery of the 2 local and state economies that depend on those homeowners, and 3. Businesses. 4. F. Creating a disaster resilience rebuilding program to help 5. Homeowners, businesses, local governments, and communities rebuild. 6. After natural disasters will help local communities and the state recover. 7. From the devastating physical and economic effects of disasters, and 8. Serves an important and discrete public purpose, and 9. G. Supporting the physical and economic recovery of local 10 communities and the state is the primary purpose of the Disaster Resilience 11 Rebuilding Program, and outweighs any benefit to private individuals or 12 entities. 13. 2. The General Assembly further finds and declares that 14. A. The need to rebuild homes and business structures after a 15 disaster also presents an opportunity to build homes and structures that 16. Meet high-performance building standards adopted by local communities. 17. And voluntary sustainable building elements that exceed Local Code 18 requirements, including by incorporating fire-resistant building materials. 19. High-efficiency equipment and materials, and renewable energy, and 20. Battery storage technologies. 21b. Ensuring that homeowners and owners of residential rental 22 property can rebuild their homes as energy efficient and resilient. 23. Structures will lower utility costs for homeowners, residents, and 20. For businesses, reduce greenhouse gas emissions and produce healthier, 25. Safer, and more resilient homes and businesses. 26. C. Creating a sustainable rebuilding program to provide grants. 27. And loans to homeowners, owners of rental housing, mobile home parks. 5. 206. 1. And businesses seeking to rebuild or rehabilitate from a wildfire or other disaster will help local communities and the state recover from the 3 devastating effects of the disaster while also providing public health and for environmental benefits to local communities and the state. 5d. by supporting the state and local communities in recovering 6 from wildfires and other disasters and promoting the public health, and 7 environmental goals associated with high performance and resilient. 8 buildings, a sustainable rebuilding program serves an important and 9 discrete public purpose, and 10 supporting the recovery of local communities and the state 11 from wildfires and other disasters and promoting the public health, and 12 environmental benefits of high efficiency and resilient building is the 13 primary purpose of the program and outweighs any benefit to private 14 individuals or entities. 15 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 2432-132 as 16 follows. 1724-32-132. Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program Fund. 18 Creation Policies, Report Definitions. 1 as used in this section. 19 unless the context otherwise requires. 20 Administrator means an entity or entities that the 21 division contracts with pursuant to subsection 2B of this 22 section to administer the program. 23B, declared disaster, means a disaster emergency 24 declared by the governor pursuant to section 2433.5-7044 in 25 or after 2018 that resulted in widespread or severe damage or 26 loss of property or infrastructure as determined pursuant to 27 policies adopted by the division pursuant to subsection 4 of this. 206. 1 section. 2C, eligible applicant means 3I, a person who owns or rents a home that is the person's for primary residence, including an apartment or a modular, 5 manufactured, or mobile home, that was affected by a declared 6 disaster and meets eligibility criteria established by policies 7 adopted pursuant to subsection 5 of this section. 8.2, a person who owns rental housing, including a 9 modular, manufactured, or mobile home, that was affected by 10 a declared disaster and meets eligibility criteria established by 11 policies adopted pursuant to subsection 4 of this section. 12.3, a business that owns real or personal property that 13 was affected by a declared disaster or experienced in 14 interruption or loss of business due to a declared disaster and 15 meets eligibility criteria established by policies adopted 16 pursuant to subsection 4 of this section. 17. 4. A housing authority created pursuant to Part 2 or 18 Part 5 of Article 4 of Title 29 or a low-income housing tax credit. 19. Partnership that serves an area affected by a declared disaster. 20. V. A Colorado nonprofit corporation that provides 21 construction assistance to low-income households and meets 22 eligibility criteria established by policies adopted pursuant to 23 subsection 4 of this section, or 24.6. A governmental entity with jurisdiction in an area 25 affected by a declared disaster. 26D. Fund means the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding 27 program fund created in subsection 7 of this section. 7. 206. 1E, governmental entity, means any authority, county, to municipality, city and county, district, or other political 3 subdivision of the state, any tribal government with jurisdiction for in Colorado, and any institution, department, agency, or 5 authority of any of the foregoing. 6F, program, means the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding 7 program created in subsection 2 of this section. 8.2a, the division shall establish the Disaster Resilience 9 Rebuilding Program as a loan and grant program in accordance 10 with the requirements of this section and the policies 11 established by the division. The program may provide loans and 12 grants from the fund to eligible applicants seeking assistance 13, as they rebuild their community after a declared disaster. 14b, the division may contract with a governmental entity, 15 housing authority, Colorado-based nonprofit organization, 16 business nonprofit organization, bank, non-depository community. 17 development financial institution or business development. 18 corporation or other entity as determined by the division to 19 administer the program. If the division contracts with an entity 20 or entities to administer the program, the division shall use an 21 open and competitive process to select the entity or entities. A 22 contract with an administrator may include an administration 23 fee established by the division at an amount reasonably 24 calculated to cover the ongoing administrative costs of the 25 division in overseeing the program. The division may advance 26 money to an entity under a contract in preparation for issuing 27 loans and grants and administering the program. 8. 206. 1.3. A contract with an administrator may require the 2 administrator to repay all lending capital that is not 3 committed to loans or grants under the program, and all for principal and interest that is repaid by borrowers under the 5 program at the end of the contract period if, in the judgment of 6th division, the administrator has not performed successfully 7 under the terms of the contract. The division may redeploy 8 money repaid under this subsection 3 as grants or loans under 9 the program or through another administrator. 10. 4. The division shall establish and publicize policies for 11 the program. At a minimum, the policies must address 12A, the process and any deadlines for applying for, and 13, receiving a loan or grant under the program, including the 14, information and documentation required for the application, 15B, eligibility criteria for applicants to the program, 16C, maximum assistance levels for loans and grants, 17D, loan terms, including interest rates and repayment, 18, terms, 19E, any additional specifications or criteria for the uses, 20 of the grant or loan money allowed by subsection 5 of this 21 section, 22F, any reporting requirements for recipients, which must 23 include the demographic data of each recipient aggregated by 20 for race, ethnicity, disability status, and income level, 25G, any program fees, including any application fee or 26 origination fee, and closing costs, 27H, underwriting and risk management policies. -9, 206. 1I, any requirements for applicants to apply for or to exhaust other sources of assistance or reimbursement to be 3 eligible for a loan or grant under the program. If the policies for establish such a requirement, the policies must specify to which 5 applicants the requirement applies, which sources must be 6 applied for and denied or exhausted, and what documentation IS-7 necessary to establish the applicant has met the requirement. 8J, equitable community outreach and equitable access to 9 program information, including communications in the relevant 10 languages of the community and equitable hearing, sight, and 11 physical accessibility, and 12K, any additional policies necessary to administer the 13 program. 14.5, the program may provide loans or grants, or a 15 combination of both to eligible applicants. In reviewing 16 applications and awarding grants, the division shall give 17 priority to eligible applicants who demonstrate that their needs 18 cannot be met by other sources of assistance. Loans or grants may 19th be used to 20A, subsidize costs to repair or rebuild a homeowner's 21 primary residence that are insufficiently covered by the 22 homeowners insurance or by loans, grants, or other assistance, 23 available from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the 20 for Federal Small Business Administration, or other state or federal 25 assistance programs. Costs that may be covered include, but are 26 not limited to 27I, direct costs of repairs or reconstruction of a damaged -10, 206. 1 or destroyed primary residence, including costs to rebuild to 2 advanced fire and other natural hazard mitigation standards. 2 soft costs, such as architectural and engineering for costs and permitting fees associated with repairing or rebuilding 5 a primary residence. 3 soil sampling and air quality monitoring. 4 clearance and demolition costs, including concrete. 8 flat work removal and removal of hazardous material. 9 including asbestos. 10 private road or bridge repair if necessary to access a 11 primary residence. 6 costs associated with using building and site design. 13 measures that reduce risk to natural hazards, including fire. 14 resistant building materials and landscape design. 7 costs to replant climate ready trees, and 16 vegetation. 8 temporary rental assistance during relocation, or 18 rebuilding or recovery work, and 9 other recovery costs not covered by other sources. 20 that will increase resilience to future disasters. 21B, repair or reconstruct housing stock in an area that is 22 affected by a declared disaster and is experiencing a shortage. 23 of adequate housing or has a significant number of affected. 24 households. The program may provide a grant or loan under this 25 subsection 5B to 26I, a housing authority or low-income housing tax credit. 27 partnership to fund the replacement or repair of multifamily. -11, 206. 1 housing in an area affected by a declared disaster. 2 a nonprofit corporation to provide construction. 3 assistance to low-income households in an area affected by a declared disaster. 3 a person who owns rental housing and requires 6 additional resources to rebuild or repair the rental housing. A 7 loan or grant made pursuant to this subsection 5B3 must 8 include provisions requiring the recipient to provide affordable 9 rent for the rental housing following the repair, or 10 reconstruction and temporary rental assistance for displaced 11 renters, as determined by the division. 12C, provide operating capital to a business experiencing a 13 business interruption or cover the costs of replacing, or 14 repairing the business's real property, equipment, or inventory. 15 that was lost or damaged in the disaster. 16D, rebuild neighborhoods or portions of neighborhoods. 17 in a manner that serves as a pilot project for advanced 18 community planning to resist the impacts of natural disasters. 19 caused by climate change or reduce actions that contribute to 20 climate change, including but not limited to microgrids. 21 community battery storage, community district heating, or 22 geothermal heating systems, or wildfire resilient land use. 23 planning strategies. 24E, reimburse a governmental entity for any unmet needs. 25 associated with a declared disaster that are not covered by 26 public assistance from the Federal Emergency Management 27 agency or other state or federal assistance, including -12, 206. 1. Assistance provided pursuant to Section 24, 33.5-7047J. Unmet 2 needs that may be covered include, but are not limited to, 3, 4, I, rebuilding or repairing transportation, 5, infrastructure, 6, 2, health and safety improvements or investments, 7, related to disaster recovery and resiliency, or 8, 3, replacement of lost revenue from sales taxes, 9, property taxes, public utility or service fees, or other revenue, 10, sources that were negatively affected by a declared disaster, 11 or 12, F, assist eligible applicants in addressing other related 13 unmet needs as allowed by the policies adopted by the Division 14 pursuant to subsection 4 of this section in order to recover, or 15, rebuild from a declared disaster. 16, 6, the Division may seek, accept, and expend gifts, grants, 17, or donations from private or public sources for the purposes of 18 this section. The Division shall transmit all money received 19 through gifts, grants, or donations to the State Treasurer, who 20 shall credit the money to the fund. 21, 7, A, the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program Fund IS-22 hereby created in the State Treasury. The fund consists of 23 money transferred to the fund in accordance with subsection 24(7)(d) of this section, any other money that the General Assembly 25 appropriates or transfers to the fund, and any gifts, grants, or 26 donations credited to the fund pursuant to subsection 6 of this 27 section. Dash 13, 206. 1b, the State Treasurer shall credit all interest and 2, income derived from the deposit and investment of money in the 3 fund to the fund. 4c, money in the fund is continuously appropriated to the 5 division for the purposes specified in this section. 6d, 3 days after the effective date of this subsection 7d, the State Treasurer shall transfer $15 million 8 from the general fund to the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding 9 program fund created in subsection 7a of this section. 10.8, the Division and the Department of Local Affairs shall 11 collaborate with the Colorado Energy Office created in Section 1224, 38.5-101 on the implementation of this section as set forth in 13 Section 24, 38.5-113, 8. 14, 9, on or before January 1, 2024, and on or before each January 15, 1 thereafter, the Division shall submit a Report 16 summarizing the program to the House of Representatives, 17 Transportation and Local Government Committee and the Senate. 18 Local Government Committee, or their successor committees. 19. Notwithstanding the requirement in Section 24-1-136, 11, A, I, 20. The requirement to submit the report required in this subsection 21, 9, continues indefinitely. 22. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 24, 38.5-113, as 23 follows, 24, 38.5-113. Sustainable Rebuilding Program, Fund, Creation 25, Policies, Report, Definitions. 1. As used in this section, unless 26 the context otherwise requires. 27, A, administrator means an entity or entities that the 14, 206. 1 office contracts with pursuant to subsection 2b of this 2 section to administer the program. 3b, eligible business means a business that owns a for building or structure that was affected by a disaster. 5 emergency declared by the governor pursuant to section 624, 33.5-7044, and that meets the eligibility criteria established. 7 by the office and policies adopted pursuant to subsection 4 of 8 this section. 9c, eligible homeowner means a person or persons who own a home that was affected by a disaster emergency declared. 11 by the governor pursuant to section 24, 33.5-7044, and that 12 meets the eligibility criteria established by the office and policies. 13 adopted pursuant to subsection 4 of this section. 14, D, fund means the Sustainable Rebuilding Program Fund. 15 established in subsection 7 of this section. 16, E, governmental entity means any authority, county, 17 municipality, city and county, district, or other political. 18 subdivision of the state, any tribal government with jurisdiction. 19 in Colorado, and any institution, department, agency, or 20 authority of any of the foregoing. 21 F, home, means any residential structure, including a 22 manufactured, mobile, or modular home, whether the structure 23 is owner-occupied, or is a rental property. 24 G, low-income community member, means an individual 25, or household meeting one or more of the following criteria. 26 I, a household income that is less than or equal to 2/2700% of the federal poverty guideline. 15, 206. 1 2, a household income that is less than or equal to 280% of median income for the area. Or 3 qualification under income guidelines adopted by the Department of Human Services pursuant to section 40-8.5-105. 5 H, office, means the Colorado Energy Office created in 6 section 24, 38.5-101. 7 I, program, means the Sustainable Rebuilding Program 8 created in subsection 2 of this section. 9.2a. The office shall, in consultation with the 10 Department of Local Affairs, establish the Sustainable 11 Rebuilding Program as a loan and grant program in accordance 12 with the requirements of this section and the policies 13 established by the office pursuant to subsection 4 of this 14 section. The program may provide loans and grants from the 15 fund to eligible homeowners and eligible businesses seeking 16 assistance to rebuild high-efficiency homes and buildings after 17 a disaster emergency declared by the governor pursuant to 18 Section 24, 33.5-7044. 19b. The office may contract with a governmental entity, 20 Colorado-based nonprofit Green Bank with a history of and 21 expertise in providing loans and grants for successful energy, 22 efficiency projects and services, business nonprofit 23 organization, bank, non-depository community development 24 financial institution, or business development corporation, or 25 other entity as determined by the office to administer the 26 program. If the office contracts with an entity or entities to 27 administer the program, the office shall use an open an. -16, 206. 1 competitive process to select the entity or entities. A contract 2 with an administrator may include an administration fee 3 established by the office at an amount reasonably calculated for to cover the ongoing administrative costs of the office and 5 overseeing the program. The office may advance money to an 6 entity under a contract in preparation for issuing loans and 7 grants and administering the program. 8.3. A contract with an administrator may require the 9 administrator to repay all lending capital that is not 10 committed to loans or grants under the program, and all 11 principal and interest that is repaid by borrowers under the 12 program at the end of the contract period if, in the judgment of 13 the office, the administrator has not performed successfully 14, under the terms of the contract, the office may redeploy money 15 repaid under this subsection 3, as grants or loans under the 16 program or through another administrator. 17.4a. The office or, if applicable, an administrator shall 18. Establish and publicize policies for the program. At a minimum, 19. The policies must address 20. The process and any deadlines for applying for and 21. Receiving a loan or grant under the program, including the 22. Information and documentation required for the application. 23. 2. Eligibility criteria for homeowners and businesses. 24. Applying to the program. 25. 3. Maximum assistance levels for loans and grants. 26. 4. Loan terms, including interest rates and repayment. 27 terms. -17, 206. 1v. Any additional specifications or criteria for the uses 2 of the grant or loan money allowed by subsection 5 of this 3 section. For 6. Any reporting requirements for recipients, which 5 must include the demographic data of each recipient aggregated 6 by race, ethnicity, disability status, and income level. 7. Any program fees, including any application fee or aid origination fee, and closing costs. 9. 8. Underwriting and risk management policies. 10. 9. Equitable community outreach and equitable access. 11. To program information, including communications in the 12 relevant languages of the community and equitable hearing. 13. Site and physical accessibility. And 14. X. Any additional policies necessary to administer the 15 program. 16. B. The policies required by this subsection. 4. Shall be 17. Developed and implemented with a goal of ensuring that 18 low-income community members who are most impacted by 19. Climate change receive equitable support and resources. 25. Loans and grants received from the program may be 21 used. 22a. To rebuild or rehabilitate a home or building with a 23 highly efficient heat pump for space or water heating. 24b. To achieve advanced energy certifications, including 25 from Energy Star, the Passive House Institute U.S., the United 26 States Department of Energy Zero Energy Ready Homes, or other 27 similar programs, as determined by the office. -18, 206. 1c. To achieve net zero energy or net zero carbon to buildings with the addition of renewable energy generation. 3d. To assist with the costs of installing battery storage for and electric vehicle charging stations. 5e. In a jurisdiction that has adopted the most recent 6th edition of the International Energy Conservation Code, or 7 energy requirements that exceed the requirements of that code. 8. To assist with the incremental costs of meeting the requirements 9 of that code compared to the previous edition of the code, taking 10 into account the funding available from utilities and from the 11 law and ordinance coverage of any available homeowners. 12 insurance, and 13 f for other similar uses as determined by the office. 14.6. The office may seek, accept, and expend gifts, grants, 15, or donations from private or public sources for the purposes of 16 this section. The office shall transmit all money received 17 through gifts, grants, or donations to the state treasurer who 18 shall credit the money to the fund. 19. 7a. The Sustainable Rebuilding Program Fund is hereby 20 created in the state treasury. The fund consists of money 21 transferred to the fund in accordance with subsection 7d of 22 this section, any other money that the General Assembly 23 appropriates or transfers to the fund, and any gifts, grants, or 20 for donations credited to the fund pursuant to subsection 6 of this 25 section. 26B, the state treasurer shall credit all interest and 27 income derived from the deposit and investment of money in the -19, 206. 1 fund to the fund. 2C, money in the fund is continuously appropriated to the 3 office for the purposes specified in this section. 4D, 3 days after the effective date of this subsection 5. 7D, the state treasurer shall transfer $20,006 from the general fund to the Sustainable Rebuilding 7 program fund created in subsection 7A of this section. 8.8, in implementing this section, the office shall 9 collaborate with the Department of Local Affairs created in 10 section 24-1-125 in order to offer streamlined customer service. 11 for the Sustainable Rebuilding Program and the Disaster 12 Resilience Rebuilding Program created in section 24-32-132. The 13 office and the Department of Local Affairs shall seek to create 14 a single public-facing, user-friendly interface for the 215 programs in English and Spanish that prioritizes accessibility. 16, and ease of navigation for applicants. 17, 9, on or before January 1, 2024, and on or before each January 18th 1 thereafter, the office shall submit a report. 19, summarizing the program to the House of Representatives Energy 20 and Environment Committee, and the Senate Transportation and 21 Energy Committee, or their successor committees. 22, notwithstanding the requirement in section 24-1-136, 11A, I. 23, the requirement to submit the report required in this subsection 24-9, continues indefinitely. 25, section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Article 38.8 to 26 Title 24 as follows. 27 Article 38.8. -20, 206. 1 Statewide Climate Preparedness Roadmap 224, 38.8-101. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General 3 Assembly hereby finds and declares that 4A. Ensuring a thriving future for the state of Colorado. 5. And its citizens requires a collaborative, coordinated, and 6. Proactive statewide effort to identify, plan for, address, and 7. Avoid any detrimental impacts of climate change. Avoiding 8 future disasters and detrimental impacts to our natural 9 systems, built environment, and people, by means of thorough 10 and coordinated planning and preparedness will be more 11 efficient and cost-effective than short-term solutions. 12B. Undertaking a data-driven, comprehensive, and 13. Aggregate analysis of population and environmental trends to 14. Understand the likely impact on Colorado's infrastructure. 15. People, landscapes, ecosystems, and communities will aid in 16. Informing the state and local governments about potential. 17. Threats, aligning resources, identifying gaps in policy. 18. Coordination or communication, and developing efficient, 19. Effective and equitable solutions. 20C. A comprehensive, strategic plan for how Colorado can 21 grow in a manner that achieves the state's climate mitigation 22 goals and adapts to a warming climate will provide the state 23 with a path for becoming more climate resilient, affordable, 24 inclusive, and economically competitive. 25D. In 2015, the state of Colorado wisely undertook a 26 long-term, comprehensive, living approach to evaluating and 27 planning the future of the state's water resources through the -21, 206. 1. Development of the Colorado Water Plan. Much as water is the 2 lifeblood of the state, Colorado's climate future is vital to the 3 health of Colorado communities. The state, therefore, should make the same effort to address its climate future as it does to 5. Address water conservation given the demonstrated and 6. Increasing impacts of climate change on the state's communities, 7. Infrastructure and natural systems. 8E. The state of Colorado is expected to continue to grow, 9. Adding more than 1,800,000 new 10 people between 2020 and 2050. This population growth will lead 11 to dynamic shifts in how the movement of goods and people 12 impacts statewide resources, systems, communities, economies 13, and the state's public lands, air, water resources, and wildlife 14 resources. 15, F, while Colorado grows, a changing climate is already 16 showing increasingly long-term detrimental effects on our 17 water resources, public lands, wildlife populations, and forest. 18 health as well as our public infrastructure, built environment, 19, and public health. 20G, the number of disasters around the world has 21 increased by a factor of 5 over the previous 50 years, and 22 the rate of increase is expected to continue and accelerate. 23 Colorado continues to experience significant climate change 24 induced natural disasters, including wildfires, drought, flash 25 flooding, and mudslides that have resulted in significant 26 increases in the use of state resources and work time expended 27 by state employees. By 2050, without significant interventions. 22, 206. 1. The average area of our state burned by fire each year is expected to increase anywhere from 50% to 300%. 4H. The General Assembly, through House Bill 19 to 1261, 5 enacted in 2019, has set goals to ensure that the state will 6 reduce greenhouse gas pollution. Relative to 2005 levels, the 7th state has set goals to reduce greenhouse gas pollution 8 statewide by 26% by 2025, 50% by 2030, 9 and 90% by 2050. 10. The state's natural systems, lands, waters, air, and 11 wildlife face significant impacts from climate change and 12 changing demographics, and represent foundational elements of 13 Colorado's character, statewide economies, and local 14 economies. A comprehensive approach to climate preparedness 15 must address the needs of the state's natural systems, lands, 16 waters, air, and wildlife to ensure thriving systems, and their 17 long-term health. A comprehensive approach to climate 18 preparedness should support the critical role that voluntary 19 and incentive-based conservation measures play in supporting 20 agricultural producers and private landowners while achieving 21 broader ecosystem benefits. A comprehensive approach to 22 climate preparedness should also address the need to ensure 23 resilient and connected landscapes that are critically 24 important for ecosystem health in facing the impacts of climate 25 change. 26J, following passage of the Federal American Rescue 27 Plan Act, the United States Congress has passed the -23-206 one once-in-a-generation federal infrastructure investment and 2 Jobs Act that will directly provide over $3 billion to Colorado for critical infrastructure and other areas for needed investment over the next 5 years. These rare, one-time 5 investments will have a profound impact on the way the state 6 grows. These investments should be planned and undertaken in 7 concert with the goals articulated by House Bill 19 to 1261 in a 8 manner that seeks to avoid future disasters and support climate 9 adaptation needs, and are assisted by a coordinated effort. 10K, the state can realize the best outcomes in preparing 11 for climate and demographic changes by promoting strong 12 partnerships with local governments and community partners, 13 identifying needs, support, and incentives for local communities, 14 and fostering coordination among local governments to 15 achieve regional and statewide benefits. 16L, the state must ensure that equity, environmental, 17 justice, and representation are central considerations of state. 18 preparedness, planning, coordination, and outcomes. Equity 19 must be a key value in preparing for a world that is impacted by 20 climate change and ever-increasing disasters to ensure the 21 representation of those communities that stand to be the most 22 affected by a changing climate. 2324 38.8-102. Office of Climate Preparedness, Creation, Powers 24 and Duties. 1. The Office of Climate Preparedness, referred to in 25 this Article 38.8 as the office, is created in the Governor's 26 office. The office shall, 27, coordinate disaster recovery efforts for the -24-206. 1. Governor's office, as determined by the governor and consistent to with sections 24, 33.5-704 6.5, and 24, 33.5-705.2, seeking to 3. Integrate climate resilience and adaptation into recovery for efforts, and 5. 2. Develop, publish, and implement the statewide Climate 6 preparedness roadmap required pursuant to section 24, 38.8-10371. 8.2. The office may establish interagency and 9 intergovernmental task forces and community advisory groups, 10 with particular attention to the inclusion, accessibility, and 11 engagement of disproportionately impacted communities, as 12 defined in section 24-4-109 2B2 to inform and support the 13 work of the office. The office may promote community 14 engagement and information sharing, and further efforts to 15 implement the recommendations of the roadmap. 16.3. The office shall direct the implementation of the 17 roadmap, including all subsequent updates, and may establish 18 criteria for evaluating existing programs in all other state. 19 agencies to ensure implementation of the roadmap and its 20 governing principles. 2124 38.8-103. Development of statewide climate preparedness 22 roadmap. 1. No later than December 1, 2023, the office shall 23 prepare and publish and, every 3 years thereafter, update 24A long-term statewide climate preparedness strategic plan and 25 roadmap, referred to in this Article 38.8 as the roadmap. The 26 roadmap must integrate and include information from all 27 existing state plans that address climate mitigation. -25-206. 1. Adaptation, resiliency, and recovery, including new or updated 2 plans completed after the initial publication of the roadmap. 3. The roadmap must build upon this previous body of work, seek to align existing plans, and identify any gaps in policy, planning, or 5. Resources. The roadmap serves to update any outdated 6 assumptions, demographic information, and statewide goals in 7 existing plans with the most recent and available information. 8. The roadmap must identify strategies for how the state will 9 grow in population and continue to develop in a manner that 10A is in alignment with state greenhouse gas reduction 11 goals and greenhouse gas roadmap and climate mitigation 12 strategies, particularly in the natural and working lands, land 13 use development, water quality and quantity, and 14 transportation sectors of the state. 15. B. Adapts to a warming climate, particularly utilizing 16 ecosystem-based adaptation strategies and best available. 17. Science, to ensure the long-term health of the state's lands. 18. People, waters, wildlife, native biodiversity, and natural 19 systems, increase the resilience of Colorado's species, habitats, 20 ecosystems, and natural infrastructure to the effects of 21 climate change, and inform the development of statewide 22 conservation goals. In ongoing coordination with the Division of 23 Parks and Wildlife in the Department of Natural Resources 24 created in Section 33-9-1041, the Department of Natural 25 Resources created in Section 24-33-1011, and the Department of 26 Agriculture created in Section 35-1-103, 27C, maximizes the use of resiliency principles for the -26-206. 1 state's built environment to strengthen the state's 2 infrastructure and minimize the impacts of natural disasters on 3 communities in coordination with the Department of Public for Safety created in Section 24-33.5-103, the Department of Local 5 Affairs created in Section 24-1-125, and the Colorado Resiliency 6 Office created in Section 24-32-122, and 7D, actively takes into account that disproportionately aid impacted communities, as defined in Section 24-4-109, 2B, 2, or 9. Particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, and 10 identifies opportunities for projects, policies, and strategies to 11 protect the state's most vulnerable residents with the goal of 12 attaining a more equitable future. 13 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 10-1-143 as 14 follows. 1510-1-143. Study on homeowners insurance, repeal. 1. The 16 Commissioner shall conduct a study and prepare a report 17 concerning methods to address the stability, availability, and 18. Affordability of homeowners insurance for Coloradans with a 19. Focus on stabilizing the current market. The study must take 20 into consideration. 21. A. Current market conditions, including 22. I. Availability of coverage by county or zip code. 23. 2. Affordability of coverage by property value. And 24. 3. Identification of areas of the state with particular 25 risk concerns. 26. B. Potential premium impacts to consumers. And 27. C. Measures and programs to ensure the long-term. 27-206. 1. Sustainability and availability of homeowners insurance 2 coverage. 3.2a. The Commissioner may contract with a third party to conduct the study required in subsection 1 of this section. 5. The Commissioner is not required to comply with the 6th Procurement Code, Articles 101 to 112 of Title 24, for purposes 7 of this subsection 2, but shall use a competitive process to 8. Select a third party to conduct the study. 9b. The Commissioner and any third party conducting the 10 study shall engage with and seek input from carriers, consumer 11 groups, and other interested parties. 12c. Information submitted by the carriers to the Division 13, or third-party contractor selected to conduct the study in 14 accordance with this section is subject to public inspection only. 15. To the extent allowed under the Colorado Open Records Act, 16 Part 2 of Article 72 of Title 24. The division and third-party 17 contractor shall not disclose trade secret, confidential, or 18. Proprietary information to any person who is not otherwise 19. Authorized to access such information. 23. The Commissioner shall submit the report required by 21 this section to the House of Representatives Business Affairs and 22 Labor Committee, the Senate Business, Labor, and Technology 23 Committee, or their successor committees, and the Joint Budget 24 Committee. The report may be considered as necessary in the 25 budgeting process. The report may include recommendations for 26 other property insurance markets that need to be studied. 27.4. This section is repealed, effective July 1, 2023. 28-206. 1. Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes 24-33.5-1203, add 2-1-X as follows. 324-33.5-1203. Duties of Division. 1. The Division shall perform for the following duties. 5X. Establish and maintain a statewide fire dispatch 6 center to ensure rapid response of fire-based resources to 7 emerging wildfire and all hazard incidents in support of local, 8 county, state, and federal agencies in Colorado. 9. Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes 24-33.5-1228, 10 amend 3C, I, and add 2.5, B, V, and 3C, 3, as follows. 1124-33.5-1228. Colorado Firefighting Air Corps, creation, 12 powers, aircraft acquisitions required, Center of Excellence, 13 Unmanned Aircraft Systems Study and Pilot Program, Colorado 14 Firefighting Air Corps Fund, creation, report, rules. 2.5b. The 15 Center of Excellence shall perform, but is not limited to, the following 16 functions. 17. V. Develop and implement a Colorado team awareness 18 KIT for interested public safety agencies in the state. 19, 3C, I except as provided in subsection 3C, 3 of this 20 section, the division shall use the money in the Colorado Firefighting Air 21 Corps Fund for the purposes of subsection 2.5 of this section and for 22 paying the direct and indirect costs of maintaining the Colorado 23 Firefighting Air Corps, including expenses associated with acquisition, 20 for retrofitting, labor, equipment, supply, transportation, air, mobilization, 25 repair, maintenance, and demobilization. 26, 3. Within 3 days of the effective date of this 27 subsection 3C3, the state treasurer shall transfer 15-29, 206. $1,500,000 from the Disaster to Emergency Fund created in Section 24, 33.5-706, 2A, to the 3 Colorado Firefighting Air Corps Fund created in subsection 3A4 of this section. Notwithstanding any other requirement of this 5 section, the division shall use the money transferred pursuant 6 to this subsection 3C3 for the following purposes in fiscal 7 year 2021 to 22 and in fiscal year 2022 to 23. 8A. Establishing and maintaining a statewide fire dispatch 9 center to ensure rapid response of fire-based resources to 10 emerging wildfire and all hazard incidents in support of local, 11 county, state, and federal agencies in Colorado in accordance 12 with Section 24, 33.5-1203, 1X, 13B. The leasing by the Division of Appropriate Aviation 14 resources configured for wildfire suppression, for the 15 operational costs associated with the use of the leased and 16 purchased aviation resources, and the costs associated with 17 leasing, purchasing, or owning capital infrastructure to house 18 the aviation resources, and 19 C. Expanding and further implementing the Colorado 20 Team Awareness KIT systems in accordance with subsection 21, 2.5 B V of this section. 22 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes 24, 33.5-706, amend 23, 2A as follows, 24, 33.5-706. Disaster Emergency Fund, established, financing 25, legislative intent. 2A, a Disaster Emergency Fund is hereby 26 established. The fund consists of any money appropriated by the 27 General Assembly, money transferred pursuant to subsections -30, 206. 1, 2.5, and 4B of this section, and money to reimburse 2 expenditures from the fund that are transmitted to the state treasurer and 3 credited to the fund. Money in the Disaster Emergency Fund shall for remain in the fund until expended or until transferred pursuant to 5 subsection 2.5 C for point 3 or for point 5 of this section or section 624 33.5-1228 3C3. 7 Section 9. Appropriation. 1. For the 2022 to 23 state fiscal 8 year, $472,137 is appropriated to the office of the governor. This 9 appropriation is from the general fund. To implement this act, the 10 department may use this appropriation as follows. 11A, $426,629 for use by the office of the governor for the office 12 of climate preparedness related to governor's office, which amount is 13 based on an assumption that the office will require an additional 2.7 FTE. 14B, $30,722 for use by the Colorado Energy Office related to 15 Sustainable Building Program, and 16C, $14,786 for the purchase of legal services related to the 17 Colorado Energy Office. 18.2, for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, $14,786 is appropriated to 19 the Department of Law. This appropriation is from reappropriated funds 20 received from the Office of the Governor under subsection 1C of this 21 section. To implement this act, the Department of Law may use this 22 appropriation to provide legal services for the Colorado Energy Office. 23.3, for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, $233,837 is appropriated to 20 for the Department of Local Affairs. This appropriation is from the General 25 Fund. To implement this act, the department may use this appropriation 26 as follows. 27A, $219,052 for use by the Division of Local Government for 31,206. 1 Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program related to community services, to which amount is based on an assumption that the division will require an 3 additional 2.8 FTE, and 4B, $14,785 for the purchase of legal services. 5.4, for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, $14,785 is appropriated to 6 the Department of Law. This appropriation is from reappropriated funds 7 received from the Department of Local Affairs under subsection 1B of 8 this section. To implement this act, the Department of Law may use this 9 appropriation to provide legal services for the Department of Local Affairs. 10.5, for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, $91,937 is appropriated to 11 the Department of Agriculture for use by the Agricultural Services Division. 12 this appropriation is from the general fund and is based on an assumption 13 that the division will require an additional 0.9 FTE. To implement this 14 act, the division may use this appropriation for the Conservation Services 15 division. 16.6, for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, $107,307 is appropriated to 17 the Department of Natural Resources for use by the Division of Parks and 18 Wildlife. This appropriation is from the general fund and is based on a 19 assumption that the division will require an additional 0.9 FTE. To 20 implement this act, the division may use this appropriation for Wildlife 21 operations. 22.7, for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, $19,334 is appropriated to 23 the Department of Personnel for use by the Division of Capital Assets. This 24 appropriation is from the Colorado Firefighting Air Corps Fund created in 25 Section 24, 33.5-1228-3, A CRS. To implement this act, the division may 26th use this appropriation for vehicle replacement lease/purchase for the 27 Department of Public Safety. 32.206. 1.8, for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, $230,000 is appropriated to the Department of Regulatory Agencies for use by the Division of Insurance. 3 this appropriation is from the Division of Insurance Cash Fund created in for Section 10-1-1033, CRS. To implement this act, the division may use 5 this appropriation for personal services.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 206. Representative, I have Pico first, but
Actually, I don't think we were done reading it.
oh, I see. Representative Hanks?
Yeah, I've got to withdraw the finishing of the reading of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've all heard Section 10 safety clause before, so I will spare you that. But I did want to talk, if you'll permit me then, a little bit on the pink sheet. And this is useful to people who have not seen this bill. Summary of legislation, this is important. The bill establishes state programs and creates a new office for addressing climate change. And that is quite an extensive read. There's the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program, the Sustainable Rebuilding Program, the Office of Climate Preparedness, the statewide fire dispatch and aerial firefighting. Voila, there's something we maybe can get behind.
Representative, can we just clarify, we stopped reading the bill before its end and you withdrew the motion midway, correct?
Yes, that's what I said. Thank you, Madam Chair. I said I needed to withdraw. We've all heard the safety clause. So we've withdrawn the reading of the bill. And then I was going through the pink sheet.
Got it.
Do you want me to step aside and give?
No, we're good.
Okay.
If your colleague is okay.
He does not seem injured, Madam Chair, so I'm grateful for that. State transfers. This is what I'm leading to. The bill requires multiple transfers in FY 2021 and 22 as follows. $15.0 million from the general fund to the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program Fund, $20 million from the general fund to the Sustainable Rebuilding Program Fund, and $15.5 million from the Disaster Emergency Fund to the Colorado Firefighting Air Corps Fund. So, Madam Chair, with that and with those state transfers in mind, I move Amendment L030 to Senate Bill 206 and ask that it be displayed. Yeah, two. Here's one for you if you like.
Thank you.
And I'll get that later.
That amendment has been properly moved and is displayed. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this simply takes out the money from the pink sheet that I mentioned some moments ago there's 3 bullets here, 3 transfers, and this gets rid of the first 2, and that is $15 million from the general fund to the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program Fund, and the second bullet, $20 million from the general fund to the Sustainable Rebuilding Program Fund. It retains the $15.5 million for the Disaster Emergency Fund to the Colorado Firefighting Air Corps Fund. So if this is disaster preparedness and recovery resources, it seems to me putting money towards the Firefighting Air Corps is a lot better than establishing new offices for climate change, of which I think we have a few too many already. This focuses the bill, and by the way, the total expenditures on this revised fiscal note for FY 22 and 23 is $56.6 million. I say again, $56.6 million, and 24.7 full-time equivalents. So that's a fair chunk of change. If we took out those first 2 bullets, that's 15 million and 20 million, total of 35 million, and we're actually putting the money towards programs, projects, and infrastructure that actually improves disaster preparedness and recovery resources. Because as my good friend from Army Aviation made the point, when you have helos, you probably ought to put them in hangars. And so I urge an aye vote on this amendment, and I'd appreciate the conversation on it. Thank you.
We are on Amendment 30. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. The way the bill is structured at the present time, it covers an awful lot more than climate change preparedness or any of that sort. Preparing for something is a whole lot different than rebuilding other people's homes after they've lost it or replacing their energy and so forth. This moves the money out of that and puts it into what is actually getting ready for whatever happens to come down the road. And no one knows what that is really going to be. There is not any realistic prediction of what will be in the longer term. In the shorter term, with the droughts triggered by the El Nino La Nina cycle, yeah, we're probably going to have a rough fire season. We have a drought at the present time, but it isn't a 30-year drought. It's about a 10-year drought, and not even that, because we've had wet years before. It's cycled to that. We know that that's going to trigger a certain degree of damage, and we know that it's going to trigger a certain degree of fire danger. This amendment focuses the money out of rebuilding, out of duplicating effort of what insurance companies are supposed to be doing, of what building companies, what individuals' own responsibilities are, and focus it in where we need to put it, which is getting prepared for whatever the emergency is that comes. We don't need a climate change office in the energy office. We need certain facilities, such as the hangar. Being an aviator, yeah, I can appreciate hangars. I've seen the damage that happens to our aircraft because of the various storm damage, a lot more than just microbursts. That is something that we need. That is something that maintains the aircraft. That will enable us to respond and be prepared. But most of what's in this bill has nothing to do with preparedness or disaster relief. It's rebuilding other people's homes afterwards. That's what insurance companies do. That's not what the state is supposed to do, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm also speaking in support of L030. When I first looked at this bill, I know the first thing I noticed was the title, Disaster Preparedness and Recovery Resources, and it's a pretty broad title. You know, we have the single subject rule, and that's kind of like two or three different subjects compressed into one title. And if you even look at the title on the engrossed bill, there are a multitude of goals that this bill is setting out to achieve. So clearly, I understand that when we started this session, we were coming out of a very horrible natural disaster, i.e. a fire that destroyed many homes. And I think that at least part of this is stemming from what we saw happening with those fires. Not just this year, but even prior years. But concerning resources for disaster preparedness and recovery, and in connection therewith, creating the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program, which is one, the Sustainable Rebuilding Program, which is another goal, the Office of Climate Preparedness, and then making an appropriation. So what this amendment is doing then is separating out the funding pieces and really trying to point a finger at how the money that we have should be being spent or not spent, and how it fits within the single subject rule of our procedures here in the House of Representatives. Looking at the fiscal note, which is tied to the amendment, because the amendment is taking money out of a couple of those bullet points that I just mentioned. On page 4 and 5 of the fiscal note dated 4/29, you'll see table 2, which lists multiple areas that the money from this bill is being dropped into. And it's not just one of these new departments that we are forming in this bill. If you look at the fiscal note, the Department of Agriculture, the Office of the Governor, the Department of Local Affairs, the Department of Natural Resources, the Department of Public Safety, and the Department of Regulatory Agencies are all getting additional monies from this bill and from the monies that are attached to this bill. Now, while I understand that a lot of it is coming from federal funds, that doesn't mean that it's not tax dollars and taxpayer dollars that we should be monitoring and taking care of. I know we've discussed that before, that whether it's federal dollars or state dollars, we still don't want to waste it. Either way, we don't want to waste it. And so this amendment would really tie down the money into the area where the need is not only most prevalent, but it also makes more sense. If you read the text of the bill and start following what the rebuilding program is, the various sections of the bill that each have certain goals that they're trying to reach within each goal, then you can really follow what this amendment is trying to do, being fiscally responsible. One piece that I did want to bring out, and this is the latest version of the bill, I believe, the re-engrossed version. The bill summary is actually 2.5 pages long, which is a pretty long summary. A lot of our bill summaries are just a paragraph because, again, we have a single subject rule. So to summarize what is in a single subject can get pretty complicated if the summary alone is 2.5 pages, much less the language of the bill. So with that, folks, I just want to make sure that you know what you're voting for when you are looking at this amendment and evaluating whether it would fit within the goals of this bill or not. The current year, clearly we have the funds and the transfers because of the federal aspect of this, but then in the 2022-23 budget year, I think you heard mentioned before that there was 56.6 million and change. But here's the biggest thing, you guys. There's also 24.7 FTE, and that's in this upcoming budget year, 22-23. But the following year, there's an additional 25.4 FTE. So we're talking about 50 FTE. These are people that are not here now. They're not working now. These are additional FTE that will be part of our state employment system. And please keep in mind that these add up. You've heard me say over the past few years what FTE, it's not just the salary that the new FTE are making, but in addition, there are all the benefits, all of the side payments, including para, and that it starts adding up, and it really becomes just a huge burden on the payroll system and on the state personnel system when we are adding this many FTE this quickly. So with that, folks, I do urge an aye vote on the amendment. While we want to make sure that various aspects of disaster preparation are in place, this bill is doing layer upon layer, and I also believe that there is quite a bit of duplication from some of the other disaster mitigation that we've done in the past year or two, especially in the area of fire mitigation. So once again, folks, I urge an aye vote on the amendment, and I thank the sponsor for bringing it.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L030? Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to just put some into perspective here with regard to money. I mean, this bill, as built, SB 22-206, has total expenditures of $56.6 million. Okay, so we are effectively trying to, with this amendment, remove $35 million. Our budget for the year is $38 billion, little more than that, but what's a few hundred million among friends? $38 billion, that's a 38 with 9 zeros behind it. We're looking to take out 38 with 6 zeros behind it. That comes down to 0.001 of the budget. My point here is we have to be diligent on this. We are working on this. We ought to be working on this. People at home ought to know really the problem isn't the 38 million, 35 million. The problem's the 38 million. The year before it was 34. The year before it was 28. We got to start keeping track of that top end, and the way you do that is by looking at these bills individually, breaking them down, talking about them, reading them at length, going through the fiscal note, and realizing we can save $38 million and still get helicopters, hangars for helicopters, and maintenance equipment, et cetera, whatever they're hoping to do with that for the firefighting Air Corps. It isn't so much that the expenditure for the Air Corps is bad. It's the top end, $38 billion. We've got to start reining that in. Thank you.
Further discussion on L030? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L030. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good evening, everyone. So my general concerns with the bill, with all due respect, is that it inserts government where the free market already stands. It's not that it's a complete coverage, but it's the job of insurance carriers to cover the disasters, and it's certainly the job of homeowners to ensure sufficient insurance coverage. In fact, anyone who has a mortgage will find that they are required to carry insurance. Their mortgage company is going to cover their risk by requiring that sufficient insurance is paid, and it's certainly the case with a home, one of our homes that is part of our monthly payment, and that gets stacked up and paid every year, just so that they can make sure that the risk is covered. So the first real hiccup for me in this is as this program gets installed, then there's a lot of government-to-government involvement in here. And in fact, I'm going to read the words that jumped out at me, saying that the division, this is on page 8 and line 14, the division may contract with a governmental entity, housing authority, Colorado-based nonprofit organization, business nonprofit organization, bank, non-depository community development financial institution, or business development corporation or other entity as determined by the division to administer the program. So it's the government contracting with government entities and needs permission to step outside of that relationship, may contract with. Just the notion that we have government inserting itself to a natural exchange that already exists and is very mature is simply an unnatural reach into free enterprise and natural law, the principle on which our whole nation was founded, of natural law. So I'm going to move L029 towards that. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Robin. And Madam Chair, I ask that L029 be displayed.
L029 has been properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this would remove government entities out of two locations in here. So just what I read on page 8, the division may contract with a governmental entity, housing authority, Colorado-based nonprofit organization, and so on. And then it talks about or banks and the usual for-profit, nonprofit, and organizations that are involved in the housing business. And this removes that. So it removes governmental entity, housing authority on page 8, and then on page 16, it removes the words governmental entity so that there is not contracts with government, but should this be enacted, should there be a case where these loans are given, then it's not being contracted through government entities, but only with a private entity, since they're already in place and they know what they're doing. So with that, I ask for a yes vote or an aye vote on L029.
Any further discussion on L029? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. One of the issues that I have with this bill is it is layering a whole other level of government on top of existing programs, some of which are private, some of which are government. You already have the housing authorities that are doing much of this work. It's redundant, and we don't need to be doing it. It goes back to how much money we're pouring into the whole that already exists and is already consuming vast quantities of our money. And I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues. And I do ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L029. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So let me let's talk about the general concept of the bill again. There is obviously such a case as underinsurance, and I can see the advantages to this bill, if it were to become law, in helping out those folks who are underinsured, where all of this bulk, and there's a lot going on in here. There's contracting between government agencies towards building this whole loan program, and then there's a lot of conditions for the loans, but it comes into play kind of like no matter what. If there was a disaster, then you can apply for this. For me, it would make sense if we do this only in the cases where there is a condition of underinsurance. And so towards that, I move L031, ask that it be displayed. Yes, ma'am.
L031 has been properly displayed. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 10, in line 7, after line 7, which discusses this letter I, paragraph letter I, any requirements for applicants to apply for or exhaust other sources of assistance or reimbursement to be eligible for the loan or grant under the program. It approaches this, it talks about it, and says if there are policies that establish such a requirement, then they must specify which requirement applies, the sources that must be applied for, and so on. But what it does not do is require that the homeowner exhaust their homeowner's insurance coverage before coming to this government program, or this government or grant or loan program. So rather than placing the state and keeping the people, the citizens, on the hook for covering the cost of it, rather than doing that and again inserting the state government unnaturally into an industry, an ecosystem that already exists, this would be only in the case when the insurance simply is not sufficient to cover the tremendous loss that can happen in a big widespread disaster. So that's the condition that this amendment would add, a requirement that the homeowner must first exhaust their own insurance, homeowner's insurance, before this bill could kick in for them. So that makes sense to me, and I would appreciate your yes vote in adding that condition.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. I was actually going to come and specifically talk about the loan aspect of this particular bill, so this is a timely amendment, and I appreciate Representative Baisley for bringing it. But on the onset, I do want to acknowledge the very good intentions and the hard work that the bill sponsor has provided on this particular bill, and I do understand where you're coming from, and I do appreciate your desire to help, with respect to this particular issue. But the one thing that I keep getting back to as it relates to this specific amendment and the underlying bill itself are these loans, providing loans and grants to homeowners. And while I understand the good intentions of it, I keep kind of getting back to the philosophical underpinnings that at least I have, and I believe that my district would want me to follow through with talking about, and that's what is the proper role of government. And so as I see this amendment, I see it's a way to sort of rein in what I think is a somewhat uncontrolled aspect of this bill, but ultimately, I mean, I'll support the amendment because I understand what it's trying to accomplish in this, but at no point would would I want the government to be providing loans or grants to homeowners, even if it's for disaster resilience rebuilding, because that's not the function of our government. It should not be the function of our government. Disasters do happen from time to time, and there is an appropriate response that the government can take from time to time. But creating what's in this bill and expanding the role of government in this way is just something that I don't think we should be a part of. If you look at the fiscal note, in it, obviously, it speaks to the to what it's going to cost in order to implement this bill. You have right here, budget year 2022-23, that's 24 FTEs, 2023-24, 25 FTEs. I mean, we are spending lots and lots of money on something that, I would argue it's not our role, pure and simple. I mean, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but you look at what's being proposed in this bill, this amendment certainly makes it more reasonable, but I think at the heart of this bill, we shouldn't be engaging in that. And then when you add in climate preparedness, it just goes way beyond, I think, what we were ever meant to do as a state government. So with respect to this amendment, I appreciate Representative Baisley offering it. I'll certainly support it because I believe it reins in what the bill is intended to do. I believe it puts in reasonable guardrails that need to be put in place if we're going to pass this particular thing. But on the underlining bill itself, I would still oppose it. And for those reasons, I would ask the body to join me in that. Thank you.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the topic of this bill is a great topic. There are situations within the state where disasters take place, and I think some of our taxpayers are more than happy to help out people who've suffered through a disaster. I think it's a positive thing. I know there's some people some taxpayers that may not like that, but I think the majority of us, our taxpayers, are in favor. However, there is a point where when we have tax money, I think this is something that our constituents are pretty firm on, they want it to be used efficiently. And I think this is what this amendment does. I think that if there's a dollar that we're going to give out to a person who went through a disaster, that it needs to be somebody who is directly in need. And I think what this amendment does is this says to the people who are victims of these disasters, hey, use your resources first before you use my charitable resource. And I think that's fair. What I don't know is are we ever going to be in a situation, and I hope we're not, that somebody who is at a high socioeconomic status makes great money is getting help from a taxpayer who's maybe struggling a little bit more. And I just don't think that's fair and that's right. And I think the person that's struggling and still paying taxes and says, yeah, I got a charitable dollar, I want to make sure that it goes to the person who's used all up their resources before the taxpayer jumps in to help subsidize. And I think this is something where, I've seen different, Representative Benavides mentions this frequently too. Should we be giving assistance to taxpayers who or people who make a lot of money? That's the question. But I honestly do believe this is a great amendment because it does state use your resources first. We all get insurance. Most of us do. And we want to use that first. And then after that, if you need help then we can consider that. But I don't think the taxpayer should ever jump in front of an insurance policy. So, and also there is something too, where I know we're all in a situation, and many people have learned the hard way that they are underinsured, and we have stressed as a body, hey, go out there and reevaluate your insurance so you're not underinsured. There's been a lot of inflation, and you may need a little extra. That's a smart move, and I've heard this body mention that. But we want to make sure that people do recognize, hey, I need to maybe look at my insurance first, and so I don't have to go to the taxpayer to help cover the final 10% or 20% of a disaster. I think that's our responsibility, is to, when we can, take care of ourselves. It's more of a personal responsibility thing. We all need to be evaluating our insurance policies. And so again, I think this is, the bill is one thing, the amendment's another thing, but I think there's going to be some people who still have difficulty with the bill. But I think this amendment will bring those people a little closer. So it's something that I strongly hope everybody does consider. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in very strong support of this. This amendment goes to the core, at least one of the cores of my concerns. And at the threat of becoming, sounding like a broken record, if anybody out there remembers what a record is. But this is what the concern is that the way the bill currently is takes over insurance. I've said that several times, and I've said this many, many times. This puts that at rest. It forces people to use their insurance, because without this amendment, you're leaving people an incentive to not carry insurance and not take care of themselves and depend upon the government when the crisis hits. And people should be prepared themselves. The other concern that I have, even with this, is that the funds it'll go for prioritize things such as energy heat pumps and high reflectivity glass and solar panels and so forth, which are not climate preparedness. That's just how you choose to rebuild your home after a disaster. And that shouldn't be in the bill at all. But with this amendment, I could almost get behind this bill. So I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment. There will be rulemaking and policy which gets at assuring that the people who need the money the most will get it. And also this loan program will be self-funding. So they're going to be working on the interplay of underinsurance, FEMA funding, local building codes, all those things. So it's very kind of complicated, and we don't want to do anything to get in the middle of it. So I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the adoption of L031? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L031. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No! The noes have it. L031 is lost. To the bill, Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I want to emphasize, kind of echo what the last two folks came up here and said. So, Representative Sandridge, I think that was wonderful advice, kind of friendly admonition to folks to take a look at your homeowner's insurance and renter's insurance, and ensure that you have replacement value insurance, because if the big disaster hits, and boy, it happened to my next door neighbor last year, and it's still just a vacant lot next door, and if you don't have the replacement value insurance, then you're going to have to be putting out quite a bit of your own cash or come up with it somehow. So that, I just think, is healthy advice. And to the sponsor, my compliments on thinking about this. So where there is an appropriate government involvement is in infrastructure. We do infrastructure, and if we have something like the Marshall Fire, when the big fire comes, it not only takes out the homes, but it destroys infrastructure as well. And I appreciate that you've been considering that. How do we help out the local municipalities? This certainly they have a system in place for taxation, for fees and so on, for bonds and all that to maintain the operation of utilities. But if the utilities get wiped out through a disaster, then what? So I think this would be very useful for replacing that. So I compliment you. I think that's a really interesting approach to take, Representative. But let me just buzz through the areas that are troubling to me, I guess I'll say. I don't know what a climate ready tree is. So I'll just pose that as I'm curious what it is. It says on page 11, line 15 says one of the replacement coverages will be cost to replant climate-ready trees and vegetation. I don't know what that is, but moving on, I have notes to self here. There's page 16. It describes in one of the requirements for folks here, it says a household income that is less than or equal to 80% of median income for the area. There are folks who they don't have an income, they simply have savings, and so it would not account for that. That's a minor issue, but there's a whole lot in here about in the rebuilding, that the rebuilding would be according to high efficiency homes and buildings, and just a whole lot of accounting for climate and so on. It seems like to me that it's not appropriate to put that in a loan program, but rather that's local code, or possibly statewide requirements for code. But I don't think it's appropriate, frankly, to be mixed in with a finance instrument like this one is. It's reflected in this paragraph on page 18, line 16 through 19, that say the policies required by this subsection shall be developed and implemented with a goal of ensuring that low-income community members who are most impacted by climate change receive equitable support and resources. So it's heavy on the climate when I think that's kind of mixing cross purposes, and we can get those in conflict with each other pretty quickly. Page 21 and the statewide climate preparedness roadmap is under section 4. As it takes off, there is a large description, and in fact it's the legislative declaration well into the bill that moves from a financial instrument that covers the replacement of properties that were consumed by a natural disaster to describing natural disasters or climate. And says the General Assembly hereby finds and declares that ensuring a thriving future for the state of Colorado and its citizens requires a collaborative, coordinated, and proactive statewide effort to identify, plan for, address, and avoid any detrimental impacts of climate change. Avoiding future disasters and detrimental impacts to our natural systems, built environment, and people by means of thorough and coordinated planning and preparedness will be more efficient and cost-effectiveness than short-term solutions. So what I wanted to really express on that, I would just like to encourage anyone who has interest in the climate change world to take a look at a video that was produced by our own university, University of Colorado, probably 10 years ago, and it shows graphically the history of Colorado over the last hundreds of millions of years, and how it has, Colorado itself as a state started out in the southern hemisphere and moved into the position we're at now, but it dropped down low to where the ocean was, we were below sea level, Colorado was, rose up. We had an east coast, believe it or not, east coast shore for a time. The mountains rose, but there's quite a bit of evidence of that, of fossils for sea creatures in our mountains, because these things happen. This climate is real. It changes slowly, and we simply account for that slowly over time because it's a very slow process. I also want to appreciate out loud here on the record the sponsors' distribution of a small book by our local meteorologist, Mike Nelson. Am I on the right? So Mike Nelson wrote this book, brief book on climate change, which is a pretty great little book. I like it a lot. I responded to the sponsors sending me that by asking that she might consider that video, and she did, and Mike Nelson responded as well, and in a very constructive way, and I hope to continue that conversation. That was a very cool thing. Anyway, I appreciate that. Appreciate what you're trying to do. I just think we ought to make appropriate adjustments so that we don't overreach in our role as a state government, and make sure that the natural forces stay intact, because that's what makes a healthy community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion on SB 206? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of SB 22206 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel.
How long I've been waiting?
Mr. Shebel, please read the title of SB 22205. Oh, sorry, 239. I apologize.
Senate Bill 239 by Senators Moreno and Simpson, also Representatives Esgar and McKean, concerning buildings in the Capitol complex and in connection therewith funding certain capital construction projects for state-owned buildings and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 239.
To the bill. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Folks, we have, I don't know, the way I phrase this in committee is an opportunity to sort of chart the future of what we do with our buildings. And it seems like a funny bill, because when I heard about it, it was, well, can we do something for the annex? And then it was, well, we also have all of these leases. What you may not know is the state of Colorado has a significant number of commercial space leases around the Capitol, around this area, and they cost a lot of money. And so one of the thoughts as we go forward is we've got a building across the street that is empty, that needs work. We have a building down the street from that needs work and has people in it. We have other buildings that really need work. Can we put our dollars best to use in renovating those buildings and making sure we have safe, accessible space for our employees and the people who do so much work right here at the Capitol? And it turns out, yes, we do. We have the dollars to do it. We have the time to do it. This is the opportunity, especially at the annex across the street, because the building is empty. And then we have DNR down the street where we have so much work to do down there. And all these things are big maintenance items that have been put off for years, but now present an opportunity to take care of our physical plant of what the state capitol needs for the employees who do so much work here and actually for the whole state. And so this bill puts that all together as a package of how we do that, how we finance it, and truly what are the issues we're looking at. We have older buildings that have asbestos in them. They have completely inefficient heating and cooling systems, some of which have a different heating and cooling system on every floor because that's how they built them at the time. This is an opportunity to do the renovations we need to move Colorado into a new generation of what we do and to pull back on all those leases and save us some money.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is kind of a fitting bill for me to really be ending my legislative career on. Starting when I worked on the Capital Development Committee, really getting the passion for buildings. I know it sounds weird, but unless you've been on CDC, you don't get it. Really the passion for the buildings that we have and how we do and do not take care of the buildings that we own here in the state. And then on my time as Joint Budget Committee, really learning how much money we actually spend on leases when we have so much property that we own, and how to actually really start working on that property. And that's what this bill does. It really takes a look at the property we already own, how to renovate it, but also how to put money away for maintenance on these buildings that we have been way far behind on for so many years. It's a good bill. It's good for Colorado, good for our taxpayers and our constituents. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on SB 239? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 239. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The bill passed. The bill is adopted. Adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of SB 22205.
Senate Bill 205 by Senators Fenberg and Holbert, also Representatives Valdez and Van Winkle, concerning the regulation of cannabis-related products that may potentially cause a person to become intoxicated when used.
I got it.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 205 in the Public Behavioral Health Report.
To the committee report. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
The honor is all mine.
Thank you. In public health, we ran an amendment that clarified the Attorney General's ability to enforce and spend the money appropriated on the proper statutory citations, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, committee report passes. The committee report passes. Oh, sorry. All those in favor of the committee report, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great bill. What we're doing here is we're creating a task force that's going to look at intoxicating hemp products, on how we might ensure that we regulate those things for health and safety. This bill is the result of a great deal of compromise in the Senate, and it's been a pleasure to work with Representative Van Winkle to bring it through the House smoothly, so that we can do some great things for the people of Colorado and their health and safety. Ask for an aye
Representative Van
vote.
Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my sincere thanks to Representative Valdez for working with me on this, what at times was a very contentious piece of legislation, but now everyone is back behind it, and everyone is good, because one of the things happening right now in the streets of Colorado is intoxicating cannabis products are currently being sold completely outside the regulated market set up after Amendment 64, and the FDA has issued a warning on Delta 8 products this last week. It's critical that the General Assembly now act to address this issue to ensure that only adults and patients have access to cannabis-derived products and that have potentially harmful and intoxicating effects. This has been heavily stakeholdered and is a very good bill that will do a lot of good for the people of Colorado, so I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually just had a quick question for the bill sponsors. I was actually reading over the bill, and I was having a tough time understanding. I think they just mentioned a Delta THC or something, but what the bill actually says is there's a tetrahydrocannabinol isomer that originates from the industrial hemp, and if that is actually what intoxicating hemp is, what I wanted to ask is if there's a special test that it goes through, or how this actually works to where it would be different than any other hemp product or marijuana product, whether it's recreational or medicinal. So I was hoping you guys could just give a tiny bit more detail on what intoxicating cannabis is. And I thank you if either one of you can address that.
Representative Fulton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank my colleagues for the permission to step forward and address this issue. And this is real serious, and I want the entire chamber to understand. We heard this in committee today. And to my colleague that asked the question about the chemical composition, the Delta 8, Delta 9, and now Delta 10 variants, they're out there, they're real, and each one is more potent than the other. Okay? For those of us that have family in the hemp industry, this is a problem. It's unregulated. They are cooking this stuff in laboratories. I don't know the quality control mechanisms that are used, but they are able to extract these chemical compounds from the hemp. They are able to synthesize it and crystallize it. And I've seen it. And it scares the hell out of me. You can send it through the United States Postal Service in a package anywhere in the country. And when people get their hands on this stuff, it is highly toxic. No one knows exactly what the effects are other than it's hallucinogenic, and people are using it for many times other than health care purposes. So if you have, and I'm going to let you guys do the cowboy math. If you have a 3-pound or 5-pound bundle of Delta 9, it's kind of like a math problem in high school. And that bundle is worth $150,000, and it costs $10.52 to mail it to New York City. How much does it cost per unit of measure? That's what's happening right now in this country. And I don't think people know it. So when I heard this, I absolutely know the chemical compounds that are referenced. I'm not a chemist, but I know that it's a problem. I know that this piece of legislation is looking to address a problem and provide some oversight on something that we do not in this country or this state have control of. And guess what's coming next, Colorado? Delta 12. If you thought the 10 could blow your mind, maybe you tried the 8 or 9 and it wasn't kicking you hard enough, like an old mule, well, get the 12 and see what happens to your head. I'm just telling you, folks, this is real. It's a problem. And I'm really glad that the bill sponsors have brought this, and we're talking about this particular problem and addressing it. Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you. And to my colleagues, I hope that answered that question. If not, I can have a sidebar over here and talk about the dirty details.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's not a drug, it's a weed. It's a whatever. This is something that I know we discussed actually during the summer. I hear the increased concern about this. Is this something new? I mean, was this around 50 years ago, or is it something, a new strain that's coming on? Also, do we have any information about hospitals, or can we get more clarity about the negatives associated with this? And because I'd like to learn a bit more, because obviously I'm not a fan of regulation, but if this does have, if this is concerning, I think the more knowledge that we have, the better. But again, is this something new? What problems have we had? Is this something we're seeing in high schools? I'm hearing that we're seeing it in different states as well. Is this something that's grown and legally sold in this state, or are we getting it from other states? That's what I'd like to know. Also, I have another question too, if somebody could answer. Is there something associated with this bill with the marijuana cash fund? Is it taking any money out of that? And so, if there's some type of impact in or out of it, I'd like to know the justification on that too. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions here that I can start boiling down. One, to answer Representative Holtorf's question, there are people at Marijuana Enforcement Division that is tracking this right now, and they know the multiple variants being refined, and they can set up a testing process because of this bill. So if you want to be testing for these and looking out for these things, this would be a very good bill to vote for. Second, the question was asked, is this a new product or is this something that's always existed? A couple things with this. The hemp product, of course, has been around for as long as mankind has been around, but this is a new chemically altered product. So they're taking a hemp plant and chemically altering it, or perhaps washing it with certain things that can chemically bring out a new Delta strain that would never naturally exist in nature. One thing with the marijuana plant is it's a natural thing, and everything that's derived from it is relatively of a natural source. This is not necessarily of a natural source. It's being literally chemically altered to create Delta 8 and Delta 9. We could get into Delta 8 and Delta 9 all day long. But it's not necessarily a new strain, it's a new technology, a new chemical process. As far as the marijuana tax revenue going towards this bill, I believe that's the first fiscal note. Here's a revised fiscal note. We're putting some money towards making sure the bad actors and the Attorney General has the ability to go after those bad actors that we already know about in the state of Colorado that are endangering our children specifically. And so there is some money. Where it comes from is a marijuana tax cash fund. Now, members, there's a lot of people that don't know. Everyone thinks, well, we passed Amendment 64, so why are we having trouble funding schools? There's actually a lot that goes into it. There's the 15% excise wholesale tax. That goes directly into the BEST program. That's about $121 million this past year. It seems like it's going to be billions of dollars, but that 15% excise tax is actually about $120 million a year. That goes directly to BEST. Now there's another 15%, and that's on the sale of the product. That's at the store. That produces actually more. That's about $290 million a year. 90% of that comes here to the state government. 10% goes to the local governments that are affected by the sales of marijuana in their communities. And then the state share is actually split into three ways. About 13% of it goes to the state public, that goes to all public schools. By the time it gets down to that point, it's about $33 million this year. 15.56 of it, about $40 million goes in the general fund. So we think, well, why isn't the general fund more when marijuana sales increase? One of the things that happens, like with sports gaming, we were very smart about that, and we put it towards one thing, we put it towards water projects. The marijuana money, while we are raising a tremendous amount of new taxes in the coffers of the government of Colorado, it's just being filtered out, as you can see here. But what's left over of that 90% share of that 15%, about 72% of it goes into the marijuana tax cash fund. Now that's the money that we're taking out for this bill. We're taking not about $650,000 out to make sure that the Attorney General has the resources necessary and the Marijuana Enforcement Division has the resources necessary in order to clamp down on the bad actors from the business perspective, and that's the Attorney General, and the legal side, and then the Marijuana Enforcement Division to take care of everything else. And of course the task force that is involved, so we can get rid of the bad actors right away now, and then longer term the task force can come up with a more thoughtful approach to how to regulate this product that we frankly just have never envisioned needing regulated before. That marijuana tax fund, $203 million went into it this year, so the 600, actually it's less than that, it's well under $600,000. That's not much compared to the $200 million that's being brought in from the taxpayers. So really we're funding this project based off of and funding the enforcement of all of this based on the use and the sales of marijuana here in the state of Colorado. So I hope that helps answer your question a bit, and I hope also the members of this body learned a bit more about how marijuana tax revenues are distributed. As you can see, it's very complicated. There's a lot of ins, a lot of outs, a lot of what have yous, and I hope that answers your question, Representative. Those were very good questions from all three members.
Representative Sandridge.
Try this in the streets. Fun in the streets. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two quick questions. Is there any medical need, or do they link this with any type of medical issues? And what is the view of the marijuana industry associated with this? Because the first time I learned about this, I was on a tour of a marijuana facility. Is this competition, or are they saying, hey, this needs to be regulated like our marijuana, even though hemp is different? Those two questions. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I frankly forget the first question because I haven't slept since like Sunday. I'm sure I will be reminded of it, but this is a public safety issue that we are facing right now in the state of Colorado. It is completely unfair that we're asking the businesses to go through a tremendous amount of regulations, rules, cameras in your stores, inspections constantly, seed-to-sale tracking system, fingerprints for employees, on and on and on and on and on we tell the regulated industry to do. And there are these folks that are chemically altering a product in ways that we don't even know if it's completely safe. I know the FDA has issued warnings on these. We don't know if they're safe. So at the end of the day, yes, it is unfair for those who are trying to do what's right and follow the constitutional and the framework that we have set up through the Marijuana Enforcement Division and by this legislature through things like the big sunset that we passed last year. It is unfair, but at the end of the day, this is a public safety issue that is endangering our kids. It's endangering those who don't exactly know what they're buying, because there's a lot of people I don't even know if they know what's being sold necessarily, probably, but at the same time, we can't have products on our shelves at places like gas stations that could be harmful, that can cause intoxicating effects similar to marijuana.
Is there any further discussion on SB 205? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 205 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. Yes. The bill is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of SB 225.
Senate Bill 225 by Senators Zenzinger and List and also Representatives Roberts and Baisley concerning emergency medical services in the state and in connection therewith creating an emergency medical services system sustainability task force and requiring ambulance services to obtain a state license from the Department of Public Health and Environment and making an appropriation.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 225 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
In the Appropriations Committee, the committee appropriated the funding that is needed to implement the multiple parts of this bill, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. To the bill. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I'm excited to be presenting Senate Bill 225 with Representative Baisley. I think this is probably our last time presenting a bill in the House for both of us, so this is exciting. But this is a great bill, and it's a bill that we've been working on with the industry that we are working in this subject area. They actually have come to the state and asked for this, the ambulance and EMS professionals in our state. It does a couple things. First, it sets up a task force that will look at Colorado's emergency medical services, our brave paramedics and medical providers who travel far distances to deal with very difficult situations. They have never had a large statewide coordination, and this task force will be made up of members from all across the state in many parts of this field with the Department of Public Health and Environment to really look at the EMS industry and make recommendations on how to improve and better coordinate care for local governments. Second, it sets a licensing and inspection of ground ambulance agencies within the Department of Public Health and Environment. We are one of very few states that doesn't do this already in the country. And like I mentioned, the industry actually came to the state and asked for this because by creating a statewide regulatory scheme for ambulances, they will be able to have access to much more resources and do better coordination between the counties. Often emergencies don't know the county boundaries, and so we heard testimony in committee that the counties actually want this too. The county governments are seeking this statewide coordination so that we can help more people and save more lives. Like I mentioned, this has been incredibly well stakeholdered with all the various interests. They came to the state asking for this. They've actually been asking it for quite some time, and it's a long runway here too. There's several years here before any of this starts up so that we can get this right and do it the right way. And I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a real joy and honor, as it always has been, to co-sponsor a bill with Representative Roberts, and honor, my friend. This bill is out of necessity, and as Representative Roberts described, the industry came to us, and we have an expectation that when we dial 911, that the emergency folks are going to show up, and they do show up. They show up regardless of the ability to pay. They show up regardless of whether insurance is in place or whatever. They just show up and they do everything that they can, and they worry about the payment later. This does not fit into the standard free enterprise market. This is something that we need to contribute to as a society to make sure that 911 is always there in the 21st century United States, and we can count on it, and they're there. But they struggle with financing. They are struggling a lot, and it's because we don't consider them officially as an essential service. So that was my first intro into this, and why the EMS folks in Woodland Park within my district came to me last year and said, hey, can you help us to try to resolve this? And out of that developed into this larger conversation. And while I'm not a fan of licensing, this becomes a necessity. So when the counties go to apply for federal grant money, then they are always asked on the website, their grant application says, what is your license number, your statewide license number? And they have not been able to provide one because that's a compliance requirement. So that is a very good reason for us to have the licensing requirement in there. So I can live with that towards doing the investigation of let's do this well. Another issue that comes up is what about local control? So the bill addresses that and ensures that the local municipalities and counties are able to control who operates an ambulance within their boundaries, their jurisdiction. So I believe it's been well thought through from many angles. I don't know of any organization that is opposing it, and I know quite a few that are very enthused, and they're pinging us all day. You're going to get this through, right? You're going to get this through because it's extremely important to them. So I also ask you for an enthusiastic yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on SB 225? Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm very interested in the discussion on this, and I read through it over the last couple days. I take the bill sponsors certainly at their word that it's been well stakeholdered, but I looked at a couple of things that I thought maybe we should discuss in amendments. I've got three of them, and I want to find my spot here, but I'm going to move L006 and ask that it be displayed. And fundamentally, I can hold on here.
L006
you
has
one
been
if you
moved
want
and
one.
properly displayed.
All right.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's, I just want to reduce the fees on things here, and I'm a little less prepared on the page markers than I thought I was. But some of the proposed fees seemed awfully high. Here it is. It's in the pink sheet. My mistake. In the state revenue, the operator license, the proposed fee for an operator license is $725. And why don't we make it a little bit cheaper for people? Are we trying to license them, or are we trying to milk a new cow here? So I think we ought to make it $50. And one of my next amendments, maybe should have put it on the same one, but the license ought to be good for a longer period of time, and we can discuss that. If we're trying to get them licensed and it's a good thing for the industry, let's not make the cost punitive. And so to that end, I would ask for an aye vote on L006.
Is there any further discussion on L006? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I respectfully ask for a no vote on this. While we certainly don't want to be overburdensome to our ambulances and our EMS providers, as we mentioned, we worked very closely with them. They thought that this was an appropriate fee, and you'll actually see that the license fee doesn't go to the general fund. It doesn't go to general appropriations. It stays within the ambulance services cash fund, and then the money gets used to help providers all across the state. So it's kind of revolves on itself and stays in the emergency medical system. And since they agreed on this fee amount, I respectfully ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Any further discussion? Representative Hanks.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I read that differently. So if what we're talking about is the total fee impact is $163,000 at the proposed fee amount of $725, and the number of persons or vehicles affected is 225. It's operators, so persons. Where is that 163,000 going if it's going back into the system? What's it being used for? Thank you.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Representative Hanks. So it's going to the task force the task force lasts until 2027. As I mentioned, it's very drawn out and deliberate. So we'll go to funding that, and it also goes to funding and maintaining the licensing system within the department.
Is there any further discussion on L006? Representative Hanks.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the answer, and with that answer, I will withdraw L006 with your permission.
The amendment is withdrawn. Representative Hanks.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to discuss L005 in that case, and ask that it be displayed. You want one? Thank you. Sure.
L005 needs to be moved.
I beg your pardon, Madam Chair. I move L005 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. L005 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this one, along the same lines, I focused in the same area primarily, but these licenses are good as it stands for 2 years, and I think we could make this a less onerous requirement, and remembering that it hasn't been a requirement up to now, if we made it 5 years. I don't know about you, but life gets pretty busy, and going back to DMV or going back and getting your medical reviews, your physicals, can be a little bit problematic. 5 years seems like a reasonable amount of time. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Rich. Ransom, I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to get up and briefly speak in support of this amendment. When we are talking about the folks that this bill addresses, the emergency medical services, once you have the license, to go back in 2 years, just think your driver's license, folks, or other licenses that you have. Unless there's a problem, they should not expire just in 2 years. So this is a way of actually supporting the folks that are doing this difficult work. And over the past 2 years, we know how much more difficult it has been. And so by not forcing them to go back and get those licenses renewed in 2 years, but then giving them 5 years, it's like giving them not just a pat on the back, but also a little raise, a little bit of help in the wallet. And I think this is actually a really good way to show our appreciation just by extending the time in between license renewals. So with that, folks, I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L005? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully ask for a no vote on this one. We haven't had a chance to talk to the EMS folks about this change in the year, so respectfully ask for a no vote at this time.
Shall I take it out?
Sure. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've got 3 amendments here. Because of where we are on the schedule, I think this is the right thing to do for operators, but we're out of time to fix it, so I make a motion to withdraw L005.
That is a proper motion. L005 is withdrawn. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the last amendment. This one may work based off the brief discussion we just had. I move L007 and ask that it be displayed.
L007 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this does, there are penalties in this bill for violations of procedure, process, licensing, etc., and I found them to be pretty high. And if we are trying to get ambulances licensed and in our neighborhoods and in our rural districts, I think we could look very objectively at the idea of reducing these fines from $5,000 per violation to $500 per violation. I think it makes for a more viable business. It still is a penalty to an entity that is not in compliance. I ask for a yes vote on L007.
Representative Ransom. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the same reasons that I supported the prior amendment that was withdrawn, I actually support this one as well. We are giving these emergency medical service providers kind of like a pat on the back and the trust and the willingness to recognize the hard work that they've been doing the last couple years. There are still fines in place. It's not like if there are violations that they will just skate by and that there won't be any accountability for violations, but at the same time, they're not going to be so onerous that it might put them out of business or cause them to lose a vehicle or not be able to pay for their kids' braces. It's just, going from $5,000 to $500 is still a bite. I mean, if any of you can write a check just like that for $500, I'm very envious of you. So it's something that would hurt, but again, it wouldn't be crippling. And these are our emergency service providers, folks, that we want to encourage to keep going and not feel like we are standing over them with a whip. So again, I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this amendment, and I hope that you will vote yes.
Any further discussion on L007? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Hanks, Representative Ransom, for your comments. I view this as a friendly amendment. I don't think there's any reason why ambulances would violate this anyway, so no sense in being overly punitive. So ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L007? Seeing none, the question before us of the adoption of L007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the bill. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
The honor's all mine.
I do have a question for the bill sponsors on page 15, starting on line 3, where county or city shall not impose standards that are more or less stringent than the minimum standards that the board adopts by rule. And then if you move on down to line 7, it says nothing in this part 3 prevents a county or city from imposing obligations that exceed the minimum standards that the board adopts. My question here to the bill sponsors are, so if you're out in rural northwestern Colorado and your ambulance service needs a 1 ton or a 3/4 ton, which most ambulances are, but maybe a high clearance 4-wheel drive, is that something that these counties that opt in can require of an ambulance service so they can get more back on the 2-track roads and stuff and in response to EMS calls?
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I did hear this bill in committee. Just got a few questions. It did go by pretty quick. Is this a need in the entire state? Or is this more so in the rural areas? Is there a need where we're at right now in downtown Denver? Do we have enough response? Or is this something where you have a less population, longer distances, and you have to wait for more time for an ambulance? That's where I'm kind of looking at. Is there just where the specific need is? Is it something across the entire state, or is this more in densely populated areas? So, thank you.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Representative Sandridge, this program is for rural. We can't get the big ambulance companies to come out to rural. There's just not enough volume out there. And like in Cheyenne County, the county owns the ambulance service. And that's the way it is in a lot of the counties out there. Our RETAC actually helps us with acquiring ambulances. Cheyenne County's ambulances are 4-wheel drive. They're not really ones to go up a real rugged trail. You know, they're not like a single wheel, high clearance 4-wheel drive. But I really like this bill, and I think it's a good bill for rural and for the RETACs, and for that I'm a yes on this bill.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to mirror the comments my colleagues have said. I'm in 100% or 110% support of this bill. I think it's a great bill, and our sponsors here said they were reached out to by their local EMS folks, and they were wanting this, and this is a great bill. I did have one other question about sometimes there's areas in the state, take Dinosaur for instance, where their ambulance services, they're responding out of Vernal. How's that licensing going to work? So is that if that ambulance is in Vernal and responding into Colorado, they just get a license to do that, to operate in Colorado? Okay, that's answered. And then, so as I said, I think this is a great bill. However, I would like to offer amendment L009, ask that it be displayed. So I move L009.
L009 has been moved and is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I was going through this bill, like I say, it's a great bill. But on page 15, starting there in the middle of the page around line 16 or so, the authority to operate within the county or city and county, the local licensing authority may summarily suspend for a period not to exceed 30 days the authorization to operate issued pursuant to this subsection. So to operate in your county or city, they can suspend that for up to 30 days. And my point I'm making here is some of these rural areas of Colorado are just one ambulance service, and that's suspended for 30 days. That's too long. And so this amendment asks that it does it in 10 days. 10 days, all the notifications, the documentation, the notification to the department can be done within 10 days. So I would like to change that to 10 days instead of 30. And I say that just because of some of the remoteness in rural counties that only have one ambulance service. So I see that as a friendly amendment.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So isn't this the purpose of the second reading? That you bring things from out of the consideration within the focus area of the committee to the committee of the whole, and you gain the wisdom. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. I see this as a friendly amendment, and I believe my co-sponsor would too. So we'll support this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on L009, the question before us is the adoption of L009. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Any further discussion on SB 225? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of SB 225. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. SB 225 passes as amended. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of SB 077.
Senate Bill 77 by Senators Janal and Woodward, also Representatives Larson and Young, concerning the adoption of an interstate compact to allow a person who is a licensed professional counselor in the person's state of residence to practice professional counseling in a compact state in which the person is not licensed and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Young.
Madam Chair, it is an honor to serve with you.
The honor's all mine.
I am here with Representative Larson to present this important opportunity for us to increase our mental health workforce. Senate Bill 077 allows Colorado. Move the bill. I move Senate Bills 077. Perfect. And I will continue to talk about
to the bill.
It allows Colorado to participate in a licensing compact with other states to address workforce shortages in the field of counseling. By participating in a multi-state compact for counseling, we will increase our workforce, especially utilizing telehealth. Pre-pandemic, our state was grappling with shortages in mental health workforce, especially counselors. And as we know, the pandemic increased the need. It was like a tsunami. People were isolated. They became depressed. They really had difficulty seeing the future. And so we continue to struggle with meeting those needs. In fact, in the state, we have increased our funding, and frequently we find ourselves unable to fill these positions. And it turns out we are not the only state struggling with these shortages, and as a result, the American Counseling Association developed an interstate compact for counseling, and that is what this bill addresses. we already participate in 8 interstate compacts in the healthcare fields. We have occupational therapists, psychologists, and we find that this is a really excellent way to increase our workforce and still maintain high quality care and a portability of licenses. I encourage and I vote.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
The honor's all mine.
Thank you. And my co-prime did a great job of explaining what we're trying to do here. I'll just add a quick few points. Participation in an interstate compact is increasingly becoming something that companies look to when relocation. It is actually a factor when the military is looking to relocate a base because of the importance of portability for spouse employment. So this will actually help for those of us down in El Paso County. Not myself included, but for those of you down in El Paso County, it will help make us more attractive to, say, bringing the Space Force back to where it belongs. But as we said, this is not something new. We would be the 10th state to join this compact were we to ratify it. And again, in the health care space, these interstate compacts are increasingly likely or increasingly common, and it does not it reduces the regulatory burden for licensing and makes it easier for people to move across state lines, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on SB 077? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of SB 077. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. SB 777 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of SB 232.
Senate Bill 232 by Senators Bridges and Moreno, also Representatives Harrod and Burnett, concerning the provision of workforce housing through the creation of the Middle Income Housing Authority and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 232 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we amended the bill so that counties and municipalities can object to the projects. It reduces the initial funding from $6 million to $1 million, and it has some clarifications and technical amendments.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L044 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L044 has been moved and is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment has some conforming amendments due to the changes in appropriations, but also clarifies the notification provision to say that it must be a notification in writing. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L044? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L044. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L044 is adopted. To the bill. So the appropriations report.
All those in favor?
Thanks. All those in...
Oh, do you have one?
Is there further discussion on the appropriations report? Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a huge housing problem throughout the whole state. And so I want to make sure rural is for sure represented on this. So with that, I move L045 and ask to be displayed.
Amendment L045 has been properly moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a real simple one. But with that being said, I think I would like to move a substitute amendment, L046, and ask that it be displayed.
L046 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what this amendment does in the bill, in the appropriations report and the bill, there's a a board that is formed, consists of 13 people, and L046 would actually expand it to 14, and it states there that it'd be, at least one of the members be an elected county commissioner from a rural county in the state. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L046? Representative Harrod.
Is your amendment the same? Is it just rural? Are you adding a commissioner too?
Yeah, but mine's a developer, a private developer.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Will you talk about, will you just talk for a second?
Yeah, okay. I think we need to look this over. Just, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, we're going to spend a minute just looking this over to see exactly where it is in the bill. So,
The House will stand in a brief recess.
okay, so.
The House will come back to order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. 46, right? This one? Yeah, 46. Yep.
Is there any further discussion on L046? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L046. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. L046 passes. To the Appropriation Committee report.
No, we don't need to. It passed. Kim, you're just no.
No,
Oh.
this is to the appropriations.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have another amendment to the committee report that I'm not sure is going to work, but let me give it a try. This is, I will move L047 and ask that it be discussed.
We just agreed.
L047 has been properly moved and is displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I was looking at this bill, which I just saw in appropriations this afternoon for the first time, and then there were some pretty significant amendments added, which the sponsors were doing in response to various stakeholders that were working on the bill. One of the things that I noticed was this new commission, this new authority of 13 people, which is now 14. Thank you very much for accepting the rural commissioner to the authority, which I think is important as well. But one of the things that I had thought would be lacking would be a private developer. This is going to be a new governmental, quasi-governmental group, and I just think it was important to also have a private developer. So that is why I came up with L047. I'll see what you have to say.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L047? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will actually withdraw that amendment then. I do appreciate the sponsors for adding the rural commissioner. I think that was very important. The other amendment I have, though, is L050. This is also to the appropriations report. So I ask that L050 be displayed, and I move the amendment.
L050 has been properly moved and is displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 18, lines 19 through 21, there is a controlled entity that I'm asking to not have the same privileges. So to just remove lines 19 through 21 on page 18. And just for those of you that don't have the engrossed version in front of you, I'll read you just those 3 lines. The controlled entity shall enjoy the same privileges and immunities as the authority, including but not limited to the exemptions from taxation pursuant to section 29-4-1104-11A. So if you can tell, this bill is offering a lot of taxation or tax exemptions as part of this. And if we're going to have tax exemptions, and again, picking winners and losers, I'm just feeling like that is potentially going to lead to issues going forward, and also just trying to understand, as this is a pilot, just so you know, this is a pilot program. The funding was cut back, and it really just is a pilot to see how it works. But if we're picking winners and losers, how are you going to evaluate the pilot if we're giving these tax breaks to certain groups? So that is what L050 is about. So I do ask for an aye vote on that one.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. While I understand where Representative Ransom is coming from, we do think that amendment is problematic with the language of the bill. However, I will assure you that we have an amendment dealing with the controlled entity section for the bill that I'd like her to take a look at. So I ask for a no vote at this time.
Is there any further discussion on L050? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L050. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The amendment is lost. To the committee report. What? The question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do move Amendment L043 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L043 has been properly moved and is displayed. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L043 deals with the controlled entity section of the bill. It also additionally makes conforming amendments and some grammatical changes that were caught by our amazing drafter. I do ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L043? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L043. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L043 is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good bill. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on SB 232?
Janice is coming.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard this bill for the first time in appropriations as well. And to the sponsors, I just want to tell you that I think it's well-intentioned, but sometimes, you know, good intentions fail as well. But one of the things that I was looking at was on page 18, and it was about appointing the board. And with that, I would offer Amendment L49 as that it be displayed.
Amendment L049 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If y'all are following in the bill on page 18, line 7, it talks about the authority shall appoint the governing body of the controlled entity. And this amendment would suggest that it be elected instead of appointed.
Representative Rich, I apologize. Can you please move the amendment?
Oh, sure. My apologies to you. I move L049 to House Bill, or Senate Bill 22232.
L049 has been moved to the amendment. Representative Rich.
Okay. Thank you. Again, this is on page 18, where the authority would appoint the governing body, and this amendment would suggest that they be elected, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked for a no vote. We just added elected county commissioners rule to this bill, and we can't elect them again. So I do ask for a no vote on this bill. You can't stand for election on the same ballot. So I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on L049? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L049. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
L049 is lost. To the bill. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment 048
Thank you.
and have it displayed, please.
Petition clause.
Me to?
Nope, just the one is fine.
Petition?
Mm-hmm.
Amendment L048 has been properly moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you. Section 4, which is on page 35, is a safety clause, and I believe that it would be much more effective and correct to have a petition clause here, and so the big part of this amendment is to change Section 4 from a safety clause to a petition clause. And then to strike on page 33 the date of July 1, 2022, and substitute September 1, 22, give a couple more months. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. We are in a housing crisis, and we should get these folks this housing out as soon as possible. I ask for a no vote, and I do appreciate the amendment.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually want to urge an aye vote on this. I recognize that we are in a housing crisis, but just so you know, part of this crisis is something that we've caused here in the government. We have added regulation upon builders and landlords and property owners. And I feel like for us to say that this is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety is going farther than we should. We should be letting the people of Colorado see what we do and then have a chance to come question us about it versus it just automatically going into effect upon the governor's signature. It really is our job to be responsive to our constituents, and putting on a petition clause as opposed to our standard safety clause, which should not be standard, is just good governance. It's something that we should be doing as our default, as opposed to defaulting to the safety clause. With that, I urge an aye vote.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know what? We might be in a housing crisis. I couldn't even begin to tell you how many bills that we've done this year, but just for background for how many bills have been done in the last few years, House Bill 18007, Affordable Housing Tax Credit. House Bill 1195, Tax Credit Contribution Organizations, Affordable Housing. House Bill 1228, Increased Tax Credit Allocation, Affordable Housing. House Bill 19-1322 expands supply affordable housing. House Bill 19-1245 Affordable Housing Fund from vendor fee changes. House Bill 21-1271 Department of Local Affairs Innovative Affordable Housing. House Bill 22-1051 Modification Affordable Housing Tax Credit. Senate Bill 22-159 Revolving Loan Fund Invest Affordable Housing. House Bill 22-1304 State Grants Investments Local Affordable Housing. Senate Bill 18-120 Time Period for Tenant to Cure Unpaid Rent. Senate Bill 19-180 Eviction Legal Defense Fund. House Bill 19-1118 Time Period to Cure Lease Violation. House Bill 19-1309 Mobile Home Park Act Oversight. House Bill 20-1141 Fees Charged to Tenants by Landlords. House Bill 20-1405 Funding for Eviction Legal Defense Fund. House Bill 20-1410 COVID-19 Related Housing Assistance. House Bill 20B-002 Housing and Direct COVID Emergency Assistance. House Bill 21-1121 Residential Tenancy Procedures. House Bill 21-1329 America Rescue Plan Act money to invest affordable housing. Senate Bill 21-173 Rights in Residential Lease Agreements. These are the ones that we could find. I think we passed a bill last year to have all of the housing money put in one place, and I haven't seen that report yet, but these are the bills that we found. I don't really feel like it is an emergency to have a safety clause on this bill. I think a petition clause is very practical, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L048? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L048. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L048 does not pass. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on SB 232? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 232. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. SB 232 passes as amended. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of SB 197.
Senate Bill 197 by Senators Coleman and Hanson, also Representative Bacon, concerning authorizing alternative governance for innovation school zones.
What is this?
Representative Bacon.
Thank you. It is such an honor to serve with you, Madam Chair.
The honor's all mine, Representative Bacon.
Thank you. I move Senate Bill 197 and the Education Committee report.
To the committee report.
In the Education Committee report, we amended the bill in some very substantial ways. It came out of the Senate in a place where there was heavy opposition to the bill. Stakeholders came together to work and negotiate where the bill is now, and so I urge and I vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted.
Members, this bill is for the kids. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
To the bill, Representative Bacon.
Sorry, thank you. So members, this bill arises out of kind of like a very particular situation that has occurred, particularly in Denver public schools. And while the situation arose out of that school district, it does apply to state law. There is a type of school in the suite of schools, school types and governance types that school districts can engage with to pursue academic excellence. One of them is called Innovation School. Innovation schools are run by the district. They're not fully autonomous like charter schools, but they do employ waivers of policies as well as some state law, and they do so by submitting a plan and saying how those waivers will get them to be able to better provide an education for their students. These plans also need to have the voices of staff as well as families and students before they are enacted. Some of these schools sometimes also get together and are operated or managed, if you will, by a third-party external organization called a zone, or in this case, a zone is an organization that is delegated authorities to manage these clusters of schools. Well, members, the question that has come up from that is, while these schools operate in the zone function, the school district creates an MOU, but the school district also has innovation plans that the school submitted. The question that has arisen is, what does a school, what does a zone or an external third party do when one of the parties do not comply or execute off the agreements in the way that they said they would? So this bill creates a dispute resolution process. If any of you, I can tell by all of the people who are listening, how many people are a K-12 buff. High five, friend. And if you take a look at the Innovation Schools Act written in 2008, the law is silent on what you do with dispute resolution. And so this bill creates such a structure. But I would like to say in the negotiations on this bill, there is one school district that employs these zones. They were heavily included at the table. The bill is now in a place, courtesy of the amendments in the Education Committee, where the dispute resolution can go to a third-party mediator, and recommendations are made rather than binding findings. And that's really important for the K-12 enthusiasts who run school districts and school boards. High five to Representative Kipp. That being said, the other thing that is really critical about this is in the event that a school district wants to remove a school from these zones, particularly for academic purposes, now courtesy of this bill, they can do a presentation if a different set of eyes are requested to look at the ruling. They can go to the state board, do a presentation in front of the state board, and the board can provide a recommendation as well. So the great thing about this is it creates a dispute resolution space. The spaces that the school districts, for the concerns around local control, go are non-binding spaces. And again, that is very critical. And that they get some recommendations from a set of different eyes. So members, in regards to this issue, while it does arise out of a unique situation, the laws are on the books. So if any other school district wants to contract with a third-party organization to run these schools as a zone, they will now know what they'll have to do as a matter of dispute resolution. And so for what it's worth, while dispute resolution in and of itself isn't necessarily a free enterprise, it does, again, provide a space that didn't otherwise exist. So thank you very much for listening, and I bid you all a good night.
And members, it's just getting a little loud, if you don't mind. Representative Kipp.
Thank you, members, and thank you to my good friend and colleague from Denver, also an excellent former school board member, for running this bill. And I just come down here today to tell you why I did vote against this bill in committee. I believe that the amendments that were made in committee did make it a better bill, but I'm a former school board member. Former school board members have authority under our Colorado Constitution. The Colorado Constitution grants local control of education to our school districts and their locally elected school boards. What this bill is trying to do is take away that local control, which we so greatly value here in Colorado and on our school boards. This, as my colleague said, is primarily an issue. Well, it's really right now only an issue in Denver because they're having a tussle between their school boards and their schools. So frankly, I don't think it's really appropriate for our legislature to be getting in the middle of that tussle where really those schools are accountable to their school board, yet we're going to tell them how they have to rule those schools, how they have to manage their schools, and that they have to let somebody else be in control of what's happening in those schools. Local voters vote for local school board members. They know about local conditions and they understand local values. And there are lots of things, don't get me wrong, there's lots of things going on in every single public school, I think, in our state. We have great neighborhood schools, we have great charter schools, innovation schools, choice schools. This bill doesn't change any of that. This bill doesn't change how schools, if they can go on. But what this bill does try to do, and why I'm a no on this bill, is it has to do with the governance of the schools. And I really don't believe that we should be taking governance of local school boards and working on handing that over to other entities. So thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Representative Bacon.
Members, I just want to thank my colleagues and thank you, Representative Kipp. Having been in that seat, I agree with you. And one of the things that I would love to say while I have a microphone is that it is important, I truly believe, that local communities get to really think about the direction in which they go and the way in which they want to be led. We find ourselves in a particular place here in Denver that we're in the middle of this conundrum. And so while, yes, I will agree that this is something that has come out of Denver, I will also agree that unfortunately, to have to come to the State House to be able to navigate through that is to me sad. And I hope that our role here at the State House is not to intervene in local school district affairs. But again, for what it's worth, there is an opportunity to clarify some pieces of the statute. I would just argue that next session will be very exciting as there's more work to do there. So thank you again, and I urge and I vote.
Is there any further discussion on SB 197? Seeing none, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just had to pause, take a moment, and really commend the bill sponsors for their good work on Senate Bill 197. Having worked a good portion of my career in public schools, I know how important that local control is. Representative Kipp is exactly right. We need to honor and recognize the unique circumstances of our communities, our school districts, and allow for that local governance. I do think the state plays an important role in establishing frameworks and guidance around policies for this state, and I recognize that there was a gap around this dispute resolution process, the review, the revocation for these schools, and I just think it was really a testament to how this body can work effectively and with professionalism in hearing the voices of a myriad of stakeholders and coming together with a policy solution that moves the ball down the field, helps us do better at what we are trying to accomplish in our public education programs for kids. So I just want to recognize this great work and certainly am a strong supporter of Senate Bill 197. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on SB 197? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of 197 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. SB 197 is adopted. You want to go?
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 53.
Senate Bill 53 by Senator Sonnenberg, also Representatives McLaughlin and Geithner, concerning visitation rights at healthcare facilities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, the appropriations, Senate Bill, 22053 with the appropriations and the State Affairs report, please.
Looks like there's just the State Affairs report, so to that committee report.
Okay. We were lucky enough to add 4 amendments. Nothing like a day of amendments to make your life just spin. So we'll kind of go through those. The first one kind of clarifies the rights of nursing homes and skilled nursing centers, what they are. The second bill clarifies that visitors need tests when they go into the hospital and where they can travel within a hospital to keep everybody safe. The third gives the rights of employees, the rights of hospitals, and the equipment that they need to use, and how the centers and the hospitals have masks where they have to take a test. And the fourth one shows that hospitals have waivers, which I didn't know. This is all new information for me. And that other places need documents. So people will be signing before they go into the hospital to make sure that all safety precautions are being taken. And I will now have my co-prime sponsor explain those amendments further if he needs to.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, members, what Representative McLaughlin said is accurate. We did put a few amendments on this. Senate Bill 53. I would urge a yes vote on the appropriations. I'm sorry, not the appropriation, on the committee report. Some of these amendments were necessary. You will see throughout the bill, especially now that it's amended, that it does bring in conformity of U.S. code. It does speak to some of the needs that the hospitals had concerns around. We did tighten up some of the language in the sense of previous to the amendments, there was just talk of a screening process. This actually brings in the idea of an actual test, perhaps an example might be a COVID test in order to enter a facility to make sure that that COVID test is negative. These things are just typical things that I believe hospitals and facilities and such are doing anyways to keep patients, staff, visitors, all sorts of folks that come in and out of the facility safe. I would urge a yes vote on the committee report. And before I go further, we do have our other prime with us, Representative Pelton, and of course, if he has anything to say on the committee report, happy to hear from him as well.
Is there any further discussion on the State Affairs Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report passes. To the bill. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this bill has to do with access to hospitals for visitors. It started kind of during the pandemic, but a lot of hospitals were rightly so, keeping people out. We didn't know what the pandemic could bring. And this one is learning the lessons of what we learned during oftentimes COVID shutdowns. Patients need people with them. This is how they become better. This is how we tell our loved ones goodbye. This is how they experience a sense of touch, a kiss, something that says, I love you, without looking through a window to say it. And so this bill has been heavily stakeholdered. We want to make sure that we include the patients, that we include the visitors, that we include the hospitals themselves and the nursing homes, excuse me, and that we include the doctors and nurses that have to so closely work with these patients. We want to keep everyone safe. We want to keep everybody available, but we really, really want to have people go into hospitals and tell the patients how much they love them and perhaps say goodbye if they need to.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you know, I started out as the House sponsor on this bill, and when Representative McLaughlin wanted to be on this bill, I gladly stepped aside because this is about policy. This is about the human factor. This is about what's doing right. You know, every one of us has been touched, either personally or have friends, somebody through COVID and through the restrictions has had a loved one pass away, and they've had to do it electronically or not at all, and there's nothing like that personal touch, the holding of the hand, the hearing the loved one's voices. During committee, we heard testimony from a personal friend of mine, a family that's testified here in this Capitol several times. It's constituents of mine. We heard a doctor testify and a doctor's wife, and they all spoke to the human factor and the powerful healing that brings to the patient. It was even stated by some they felt that helped their loved one heal and come out of it, and there were others that weren't able to do that, and they lost their loved ones. So I am very much in favor of this bill. To me, it's a humanitarian bill. It's one that, at the end of the day, it's about people. It's about our relationships, and with that, I urge a strong yes vote out of this chamber.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, members, just so you know, when I say that there has really been a lot of bipartisan work on this, it is true. There was a tremendous amount of effort from the State Military and Veteran Affairs Committee, and that wouldn't have made this possible without the effort that the committee brought forward. The 4 amendments. I mean, some of those amendments I didn't necessarily, like 100%, but I think it does get Colorado to a place where we are saying certainly for patients across the state, even long-term residents of nursing facilities and others, that this is something that we need to recognize as a critical piece of their healing, their road to recover, and if it does come down to their passing, then having that hand held is a critical piece. I started efforts on this probably, I think, 2.5, 3 years ago in 2020, and the effort that or the motto that I've kind of always carried was making sure that hands were being held. I think that Senate Bill 53 goes a long way in making sure that happens. And the key word that I used in committee that I think is important for us to understand is balance. I think this really does strike a good balance, recognizing the position that patients find themselves in, recognizing the role of our nursing homes, our hospitals, and the care that they provide, and the desire that they have to not just keep patients safe, but to also keep the facility and the staff safe, as well as visitors that come in and out of the building. Senate Bill 53 has been a long time coming. It's been a Herculean effort to get it to where we are today, and I would urge a yes vote. I thank all of the sponsors, including Representative McLaughlin, Representative Pelton, even the work from the committee and Chair Kennedy. So thank you so much. I would urge a yes vote on Senate Bill 53.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize Representative McLaughlin for her heart for this bill. Representative Geithner, you have put a lot of work, a lot of hours towards this policy, and I just felt it right for you to be the prime on this. So with that, again, I urge a strong yes vote.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to come up here and say I absolutely support this bill. The testimony was incredibly powerful, and like I said in committee, I think this is probably a bill that I'm most pleased to be voting yes on. It was you guys did an incredible job. I think you made it as good as it could be, and this is good for a lot of people. And it sounds like, excuse me, thank you. It sounds like there are still issues with this, which I didn't even consider. So it was very eye-opening, and again, very proud to vote yes on this. So thank you, guys.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, in every bit of policy that we do, the most meaningful policy that we will pass in this chamber, there is head and there is heart. There is the thinking part and the facts that we have to take into consideration on a topic such as this. And there is truly the heart in which we must also take into consideration, because these are the most meaningful moments of our lives. When our loved ones are sick, when they're ill. I can't thank these bill sponsors enough for carrying this bill. I've been watching this now for 2 years, and I've carried a couple of bills and worked thousands of hours on 2 different bills that had to do with COVID, with illness. In the last year and a half, I not only dropped my brother off at the emergency room after having COVID, and then subsequently having Guillain-Barré syndrome, where he was paralyzed, and not being allowed to go into that emergency room with him, not knowing if he would live or die. And then later, doing the same with my mother as she's hit her life to a hospital. Not with COVID, but with serious illnesses resulting from a staph infection that she picked up in the hospital, knowing I could not go into that hospital with her. that phone call might be the last time I ever spoke to her. Not once, but twice in this last year. They say we make the right decisions when we finally figure out what it feels like when it happens to us. Members, I would hope and pray that as you make a vote tonight about this bill, that it does not have to happen to you. That you do not have to pray that you say goodbye as your child dies on the other side of that iPad, because that's the testimony that we heard. That you do not have to speak to your wife on the phone or through the glass, because that is your last goodbye. Or that you choose between that baby in the NICU and your wife in the ICU. There's nothing worse than watching our constituents come to us and begging us to do the right thing. So members, after 24 months of hell, I ask you to do the right thing and vote yes on SB 22053.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this is a hard issue. And I will take nothing away from the sponsors. I've had conversations with them, and I've seen this policy for several years now in one form or another. And I've also seen work done on this bill. And so credit and kudos for the work done on this bill. And we've heard that policy matters, though, here tonight. But what else matters is science. What else matters is evidence-based practices that hospitals can implement to make sure that they're protecting their patients and protecting their staff. I've sat through testimony, and it is heartbreaking. I've lived it as a healthcare worker with visitations of family members, and I will tell you that no one in their right mind enjoys being in that position at all. I've cried with family when they can't come back and see their loved one in the emergency room. I've felt that pain. I've tried to put myself in those shoes as a father, as a husband, not ever having to experience it, but understanding how heartbreaking that would be for me not to be able to see a loved one as well. I think that that's something you always do as a healthcare worker, is really try to put yourself in your family's shoes or those patients' shoes. So taking nothing away from that. But I also recognize in all of the ways that I try to hold hospitals accountable that we also have to allow hospitals to do their job and to protect not only those patients, but their staff as well. And I think what we have to understand is that in these hospitals, there are oftentimes very vulnerable patients, immunocompromised patients. And I understand that you've attempted to address that in this bill. And so I don't want to discount that or take that away from you, and I want to give you credit for that. But I also want to stand here and say that I cannot support this bill in any form, in a way that we would in any way tie a hospital's hands. I am all for accountability for hospitals. I'm all for regulation. I have no problem with that. But we have to give our hospitals every single tool that they can have when it comes to fighting a bug or an infection or a virus, to make sure that they can keep that out of their facility and make sure that they can protect these vulnerable people and these vulnerable patients and their staff. If we don't do that, I feel like we are getting in the way of some protections that are needed. And I say that in a way that each one of our communities are unique. And I appreciate where the sponsors are coming from, and you're both from different communities. And I think what we have to recognize is that a hospital in Durango operates differently than a hospital in Denver, differently than a hospital in eastern Colorado. And sometimes I think we've seen that in this pandemic. We've seen those infection rates different. We've seen the virus reacting differently. We've seen the vaccination rates differently. And we need to, and those hospitals in those communities, based on all of those moving parts, need to be able to adapt and need to be able to have that flexibility and that freedom to be able to protect their patients and their staff. And that's, at the end of the day, that's what I was committed coming down here, not only as a representative of my community, but as a nurse. is that I was going to always fight to make sure that the policies I voted on and the policies I passed were to protect those patients. I want to thank the sponsors for the work that you have done. I know you're not coming at this from a bad place at all, and I know what you're trying to do. I'm just explaining to you as a healthcare worker working in a hospital of what I am looking for, and that I just can't support a piece of legislation that would hinder a hospital's ability to implement policies that are evidence-based, that can protect patients and protect staff. And so thank you for the work, but I do ask for a no vote.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Representative Mullica. I hear you. I do. I definitely believe that the policy that we have before us, I mean, it brings in U.S. code to make sure that there's conformity with federal regulations. It brings in the idea not just of screening, but of testing too, and I know that that can be a friction point for some. It talks specifically about entry points. There are guardrails upon guardrails, and there is still elements of flexibility that we recognize, certainly all three of us that worked on this here in the House, necessary to hospitals. But we also recognize a key aspect, and this bill addresses that. And I want to lay that out for the chamber a bit, and that's the idea of a compassionate care visit. A compassionate care visit, a compassionate care visit is defined in the bill. And it includes things around end-of-life situations, adjustment support after moving to a new facility or a new environment, emotional support after the loss of a friend or family member, physical support after eating or drinking issues, including weight loss and dehydration, social support after frequent crying or distress or depression. Compassionate care visits include visits from clergy members. That's some of the most moving testimony that I heard, where, you know, a gentleman that actually lives in my district through his church, part of what his mission is to go into some of these long-term care facilities, and there's specific, I mentioned this in committee, a gentleman that they used to visit with, his name was Chuck. He was 82 years old, and Chuck didn't have anybody. He was the last person in his lineage. But through the efforts of this church and the ministry that they had, they would oftentimes before COVID go into the facility. They would pray, they would offer comfort, and just be there for Chuck. And when the pandemic hit, we had a conversation as I was knocking doors, believe it or not, and he mentioned that they hadn't seen Chuck, and I think it was 3 or 4 months, and that they were very distressed because they knew that the church and some of those folks out of the church were the only people that Chuck had. So this touches all sorts of lives. And like I said, I think the important piece here is to emphasize the role of what just holding a hand can do. Science does also prove that there is healing impact by being with your loved one, not being further exposed to that sense of loneliness, the anxiety that may arise in a situation such as that, and just the role of having that hand held. And for those that may be curious as well, you know, we did talk about a patient or resident with a disability, and we kind of defined a little bit of that as well. And so just a little bit of that for the record, and I'm sure for the thousands upon thousands that are listening in, a patient or resident with a disability is someone who may have a physical, intellectual, behavioral, or cognitive disability. They may, deafness, being hard of hearing, or other communication barriers, blindness, autism spectrum disorder, dementia. These are key facets that, you know, our loved ones deal with on a day in and day out basis, and to, you know, going through periods of time where they can't have that comfort of someone coming in, I can only imagine the anxiety. And then not to mention in those end of life scenarios where families, whether it's a husband that can't get to his wife or a child that can't get to their mother, just the long enduring trauma that happens after that loved one passes, and knowing that they haven't had the ability to say goodbye, to say that they love them, to hold their hand. So with that, I do urge a yes vote on Senate Bill 53. I think we've struck an incredibly good balance here. I think this is good policy for Colorado that will have a long and enduring impact. And I just urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 53? Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you this fine evening.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Valdez.
Members, I stand in strong support of Senate Bill 53. This is a good bill, not only continue to making sure our nursing facilities and our healthcare facilities have one patient or one of the family members to visit with their family on a regular basis, because it is important. Not only do we see our family members and continue to care for them in the times of need, whether it was during this pandemic or any situation. This is a bill that we continue to make sure that our facilities are open, but also making sure that we can see our family members in the time of need. And I stand here in strong support of Senate Bill 53, and I thank the bill sponsors for bringing this forward, Representative McLaughlin and Representative Geithner. Thank you very much.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 53? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 53. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 53 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
Yeah, I can read it straight off the screen. Read it on the screen.
House will come to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has under consideration the following touch bills being second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 53 is amended, 77, 81 is amended, 173 is amended, 179, 197 is amended, 205 is amended, 206 is amended, 225 as amended, 232 is amended, 239 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Roberts. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. We are going to start with Senate Bill 81 and the Soper Amendment. Mr. Shebel, please read the Soper Amendment L012 to Senate Bill 81.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L12 to Senate Bill 81 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 81 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully this will make everyone happy this evening. I withdraw the first Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Representative Soper. We will move to the Hanks amendment, which is to Senate Bill 206. Mr. Shebel, please read the Hanks Amendment L030.
Representative Hanks moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Hanks Amendment L30 to Senate Bill 206 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 206 is amended passed.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that, well, I'll just withdraw this one. How's that?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Representative Hanks. Mr. Shebel, we will move to the Pelton amendments to the report of the committee of the whole. Maybe we'll keep the streak going, who knows? Please read the first Pelton amendment, which is L023 to Senate Bill 206 to the report of the committee of the whole.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Pelton amendment L23 to Senate Bill 206 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 206 as amended passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Pelton amendment to the committee of the whole.
Has been properly moved and displayed.
What this does is remove Section 4 of the bill. I think there's no need to be standing up this brand-new department under the governor's discretion, so I'd ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Pelton amendment to the report of the committee of the whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. For those participating online, Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 0 excused, the first Pelton amendment to the report of the committee of the whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Pelton amendment, which is L024 to Senate Bill 206.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Pelton amendment L24 to Senate Bill 206 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 206 as amended passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Pelton amendment to the committee of the whole.
The question before us is the adoption of the second Pelton amendment to the report of the committee of the whole has been properly moved. Is there any further discussion? Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this does, you know, we've had over 600 bills introduced, and I would bet we've had 2/3 to 3/4 of those bills with a safety clause on it. And what this amendment does is just puts a petition clause on that, and I ask for a yes vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Pelton amendment, second Pelton amendment to the report of the committee of the whole. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 0 excused, the second Pelton amendment to the report of the committee of the whole is lost. That brings us to the report of the committee of the whole. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the committee of the whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, the report of the committee of the whole is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Members, we're starting on page 12 of your calendar.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1272.
House Bill 1272 by Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Benavidez, also Senators Gonzalez and Rodriguez, concerning the repeal of the provision awarding a defendant attorney fees into tort action when the case is dismissed on motion of the defendant prior to trial.
Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments.
That is a proper sound and motion. Is there any further discussion on why? Seeing none. Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1272. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 48 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1272 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1272 as amended.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1272, the repassage of House Bill 1272 as amended. See no further discussion, Mr. Shebel. Please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 26 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1272 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1083.
House Bill 1083 by Representatives Tipper and Rich, also Senators Winter and Simpson, concerning the creation of the Colorado Homeless Contribution Income Tax Credit and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to concur with Senate amendments.
Any further discussion on that motion? Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate just made one small change to 4 years instead of 5.
7.
Or 7. I don't even know what day this is.
It's tomorrow.
Anyway, we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1083. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 0 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1083 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1083 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1083 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1083 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1133.
House Bill 1133 by Representatives Gray and Caraveo, also Senator Winter, concerning an advance payment of premiums for state employee family and medical leave insurance coverage from the Revenue Loss Restoration Cash Fund to the Family and Medical Leave Insurance Fund for use by the Division of Family and Medical Leave Insurance to implement services prescribed under the Paid Family and Medical Leave Insurance Act and in connection therewith, reducing an appropriation.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1133.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate just added numbers pages with payments of premiums to each department and agency for the paid family leave program. I ask for an aye vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1133. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1133 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1133 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1133 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Majority Leader. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1133 is repassed as amended. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1347. Oh, co-sponsors. Why would anything that the Senate do make you want to co-sponsor? Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1347.
House Bill 1347 by Representative Doherty, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning workers' compensation and in connection therewith increasing funeral benefits, allowing for advanced mileage, expense payments, addressing the payment of scheduled ratings, and requiring reporting of certain active medical treatments.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House concur with the Senate amendment to House Bill 1347.
Any further discussion?
Yes, so at the request of CDLE, we abolished the Special Funds Board for Workers' Compensation Self-Insurers, which has not met since 2013, was stakeholded, just like the bill with Pinnacle and self-insured. No one has any objections. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to adopt Senate amendments to House Bill 1347. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1347 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1347 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1347 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please. And the machine's open. Please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1347 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1067.
House Bill 1067 by Representatives Woodrow and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senators Lee and Rodriguez, concerning clarifying changes to measures that ensure defendants have a prompt bond hearing and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1067.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Woodrow. Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 technical amendments went on in Senate appropes to allow the district attorneys to access the funds we set aside for them. These amendments were requested by CDAC and the Attorney General's office. We consider them friendly. Please give us an aye vote.
Question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1067. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1067 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1067 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1067 on third reading and final passage as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1067 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1114.
House Bill 1114 by Representatives Larson and Valdez A., also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning authorizing a transportation network company to provide non-medical transportation services to persons who are enrolled in certain Medicaid waiver programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that we concur in Senate amendments.
That's a proper motion. Is there any further discussion?
Yes. So, members, I'll take full ownership of this one. We had an amendment we were supposed to offer on second reading that would have called out a waiver that does not actually exist in statute. It is the 6th waiver for disabilities. It does not formally exist in statute, but needs to be a part of this consideration process. We also made some additional conforming amendments so that we are not running afoul of the law that Representative Valdez and I passed last session regarding the regulation of MMTs. I was supposed to do that on second reading. It's my bad. I messed up. So this is my penance, and please concur.
That is a very good explanation. The question before us is the adoption, is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1114. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Ortiz. is excused. Please close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1114 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1114 as amended.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1114 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1114 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1301.
House Bill 1301 by Representatives Soper and Roberts, also Senators Donovan and Simpson, concerning the treatment of controlled environment agricultural facilities for property tax purposes.
And I'll let you explain.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1301.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion?
In the Senate, they added a 5-year repealer to the bill so that the future legislature can take a look and see how this is going and decide whether or not they want to reauthorize it after 5 years.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, and I just wanted to make sure I said something so I wasn't just, you know what term. Thank you.
The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1301. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1301 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1301 on repass as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1301 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1301 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1243.
House Bill 1243 by Representatives Exum and Van Winkle, also Senators Colker and Hendrickson, concerning programs that provide funding to improve school safety and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me and my partner, Representative Van Winkle, we concur with Senate amendments.
Maybe a motion.
Thank you.
Move
Thank you.
to concur. Representative Exum. Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made two small amendments to our great bill. They changed the funding mechanism for school safety grants program from continuous appropriation to being annually appropriated by the legislature, which is fine, and they clarified the money coming from the program would be from reappropriated funds from school safety disbursement cash fund, which is good. These amendments make the bill better, so we'd ask for a yes vote to concur with these amendments.
Thank you, Representative Exum. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1243.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1243. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Mullica and Duran. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1243 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1243 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1243 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
Ready for Nesgar? Come on.
Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1243 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors.
You do it. You get go back. Gobble back.
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1285.
House Bill 1285 by Representatives Neville and Esgar, also Senators Moreno and Cook, concerning a prohibition against the hospital taking certain debt collection actions against a patient if the hospital is not in compliance with hospital price transparency laws.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1285.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, essentially what the Senate did is said that if a hospital is not compliant with transparency service, they can only not have to, or they can't send the patient to collections only if the service is related to the services that the patient got. I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Neville. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1285. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. That's cool. That's cool. Please close the machine. With 65 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1285 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1285 as amended.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1285 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 0 excused, House Bill 1285 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1317.
House Bill 1317 by Representative Tipper, also Senator Bridges, concerning restrictive employment agreements.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House concur with Senate amendments.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Senate, the stakeholders agreed to lower the threshold for allowing non-solicitation agreements. So if you recall, the bill is about non-competes. Non-solicitation agreements are a type of non-competes, and we agreed to allow non-solicitation agreements for individuals that make more than $60,000 instead of the $100,000 threshold. A good compromise, and we ask for a yes vote. We is me and my friend.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1317. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1317 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1317 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1317 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1317 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1052.
House Bill 1052 by Representatives McLaughlin and McKean, also Senators Priola and Moreno, concerning promoting behavioral health crisis services to school-age students and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. The House moves to concur with Senate amendments.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative McLaughlin.
They went through amendments. The Senate Finance Committee amendment. Yeah. They gave us the money that we needed, so it was a great amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1052. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1052 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1052
As amended.
as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1052 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1052 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1218.
House Bill 1218 by Representative Valdez A., also Senators Winter and Priola, concerning resource efficiency related to constructing a building for occupancy.
Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we concur with Senate Amendments 1218.
That's a proper motion. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, what we did was we took out a part that required EV equipment, and we also added waivers for some renovations where this would not be possible, and I asked for an aye vote on the concurrence.
The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1218. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 0 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1218 is adopted. Majority Leader Esquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1218 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1218 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 37 aye votes, 28 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1218 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1284.
House Bill 1284 by Representatives Esgar and Catlin, also Senators Gardner and Pedersen, concerning updates to the state surprise billing laws to facilitate the implementation of surprise billing protections and in connection therewith aligning state law with the Federal No Surprises Act and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Esquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1284.
The question before us is the motion to concur. That is there any further discussion? Majority Leader Esquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Simply in appropriations in the Senate, they changed what part of CDPHE a portion of the appropriation was going to and how they were going to direct to use those funds. Nothing major. Great bill to clean up a even better bill that I ran with my co-prime years ago. Ask for yes vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the motion
yes.
to concur. Yep, very good. It's the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1284. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Callan, you gotta follow your own advice. There we go. Please close the machine. With 65 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1284 is adopted. Majority Leader Esquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1284 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1244 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 65 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1284 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1350.
House Bill 1350 by Representatives McCluskey and Rich, also Senators Bridges and Lundin, concerning the creation of a grant program to meet workforce needs throughout the state.
Representative Rich.
I don't know what that is.
Representative McCluskey.
Let you do it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1350.
The question before us is is there any further discussion? Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there was some clarification around the workforce definition and the talent pipeline report. If I have the name of that report right, I would encourage concurrence.
Representative Rich.
Yeah, I agree.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1350. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 0 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1350 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the repassage of House Bill 1350 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1350 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1350 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1010.
House Bill 1010 by Representatives Sirota and Van Beber, also Senators Buckner and Kirkmeyer, concerning an income tax credit for eligible early childhood educators and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Van Beber. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to concur on Senate amendments to House Bill 1010.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none. It's up to you, Representative Sirota.
I can tell you about it. Two changes. The 5-year sunset was reduced to a 4-year sunset, and a small tweak was made to ensure that educators weren't delayed in getting their tax credit due to any delays happening at the department.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we do ask that you concur with those Senate amendments.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1010. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 0 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1010 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1010. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1010 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1010 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Members, let's keep it down just a little bit. Keep it down just a little bit. Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1010 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Shh. I really don't want to start that. So. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1014.
House Bill 1014 by Representative Judah, also Senator Pedersen, concerning the creation of an epilepsy awareness special license plate and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion?
Nope, they changed the date, and it was pretty simple.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1014. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 48 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1014, the motion to concur with sentiments to House Bill 1014 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1014 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1014 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1014 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1042.
House Bill 1042 by Representatives Exum and Van Winkle, also Senators Buckner and Heisey, concerning the ability of a teen parent to attend driving school without a cost and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1042.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, they just made two technical amendments in the appropriation clause, not changing the amount of funding, but just specific office within the Department of Human Services get the funding and specify that they can only spend the money on the program within the bill. We ask for an aye vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1042. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1042 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1042 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1042 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1042 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1217.
House Bill 1217 by Representatives Benavides and Bockenfeld, also Senator Janal, concerning measures to prevent catalytic converter theft and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we move to concur with the Senate amendments.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion? Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Senate made a few amendments to put some meat around the bones we had set up for audits by State Patrol of the dealers and other purveyors of catalytic converters. So everybody's, even a broken clock's right once a day. So Senate got it.
That's the type of concurrence that I respect. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1217. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
Around the bones, huh? Read around the bones, huh?
Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 0 excuse, a motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1217 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Oh, yep, sorry about that. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the repassage of House Bill 1217 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1217 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Majority. Cutter. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 0 excuse, a motion to repass House Bill 1217 as amended is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1220.
House Bill 1220 by Representatives Kipp and McLaughlin, also Senators Zenzinger and Quorum, concerning removing barriers in educator preparation to support educator candidates entering the educator workforce and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move to concur with Senate amendments.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Kipp.
Yes, just a small clarifications in the language of the bill, and yeah, it does make it a little bit more clear, so we decided we concur.
Very good. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1220. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1220 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1220 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1220 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1220 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1267.
House Bill 1267 by Representatives Valdez and Basin Ector, also Senators Janal and Fields, concerning culturally relevant training available to healthcare providers and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to 1267.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion?
In the Senate, they added emergency medical service to the provider list and people who have HIV and AIDS to priority populations. We would ask for an aye vote on concurrence.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1267. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1267 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Assistant Majority Leader, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1267 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1267 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1267 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors.
No, I have the cliff notes.
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1278.
House Bill 1278 by Representatives Young and Pelton, also Senators Lee and Simpson, concerning the creation of the Behavioral Health Administration and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Young.
I move that we concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1278.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion?
I have to tell you, Chamber, that the Senate was very busy and had 14 amendments to this bill. So, as a former educator, I will give you the Cliff Notes version. There were technical changes, there were technical corrections, there were conforming amendments, and there were revisions in order not to conflict with other bills. I urge and I vote to these amendments.
Very good. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1278. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
What do you?
Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1278 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1278 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1278 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1278 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. We're on is this co-sponsorship? All right, please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to, it said repassed down there, sorry. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1289.
House Bill 1289 by Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and McCluskey, also Senators Moreno and Fields, concerning improving access to health benefits for economically insecure Colorado families by enhancing public health programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 1289.
That's a proper motion. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendments permanently remove the requirement of an annual enrollment fee for children of CHP Plus so that families will be able to maintain coverage when the CHP Plus enrollment fee resumes post-pandemic, as well as the Division of Insurance has requested to modify the language adopted in the House related to the use of federal funds received through the waiver. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1289. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Tip and Kip. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 12, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1289 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Sorry. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1289 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1289 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1289 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors.
Ready?
Please close the machine. Okay. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1304.
House Bill 1304 by Representatives Roberts and Bradfield, also Senators Coleman and Gonzalez, concerning state grants for investment in affordable housing at the local level and in connection therewith creating the local investments in transformational affordable housing grant program and the infrastructure and strong communities grant program to invest in infill infrastructure projects that support affordable housing and make an appropriation.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would like to move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1304.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made some technical amendments regarding how the funds, this is an ARPA bill, so how the ARPA funds were transferred. And even though we have one of the best bill drafters in the building on this bill, there was one misspelling of the word coronavirus that the Senate had to fix.
Okay.
We urge an aye vote.
Very good. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1304. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1304 is passed. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1304 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1304 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1304 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1325.
House Bill 1325 by Representatives Kennedy and Caraveo, also Senator Janal, concerning alternative payment models for primary care services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move the House concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1325.
The question before us is any further discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made minor changes to clarify some language for certain stakeholders. We ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1325. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1325 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1325 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1325 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1325 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1349.
House Bill 1349 by Representatives Duran and Will, also Senators Bridges and Priola, concerning improving decision-making to enhance post-secondary student success and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
I'll move it.
Representative Will.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1349.
That's a proper motion, Representative Will. Any further discussion? Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in the Senate, they amended House Bill 1349 with language that provides for the opportunity to align the new data work associated with this bill to be aligned to the best practices related to transparent ways to categorize credentials. By aligning the data with the state collects on credential programs to national best practices, the better they'd be able to compare apples to apples programs in Colorado and also programs nationally. And we ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion?
I didn't understand it either.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1349. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1349 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1349 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1349 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
Or say the shorter part, and I'll say what it does.
Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1349 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors.
Oh, I'm already a co-sponsor. Okay.
I just wanted to thank everyone for their work. I know people are tired. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1354.
House Bill 1354 by Representatives Lindsay and Michelson, Janae, also Senator Winter, concerning mental health in workers' compensation cases.
Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to concur with Senate amendments.
It's a proper motion. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, after working with some more stakeholders, just makes it so that if someone's on a medication that would impact them driving a truck, for instance, that their employer has access to that information, and we urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Okay, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1354. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
MJ.
Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 13 no votes, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1354 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you for all your work, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for the repassage of House I move for the repassage of House Bill 1354 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1354 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 1 excuse, House Bill 1354 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1359.
House Bill 1359 by Representatives Bacon and Snyder, also Senators Rodriguez and Lee, concerning the creation of the Colorado Household Financial Recovery Pilot Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we move to concur with Senate amendments.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion?
The Senate simply clarified that the state treasurer may only contract with community development financial institutions to administer the loan program in this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1359. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote.
You know, it's a win.
Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Lindsay. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1359 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1359 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1359 as amended. See no further discussion, Mr. Shebel. Please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Yeah. Representative Williams votes no. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1359 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1364.
House Bill 1364 by Representatives Cutter and Soper, also Senators Story and Priola, concerning extension of the Food Pantry Assistant Grant Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
I can talk about it.
Representative Soper. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would like to move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1364.
That is a proper motion. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, for those of you who are looking at the dollars, it moves it from $5 million to $3 million and then kicks the date from 2023 to 2024.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1364. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 0 excuse, a motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1364 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1364 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1364 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Van Bebber. Please close the machine. With 48 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1364 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1365.
House Bill 1365 by Representative Esgar, also Senator Hendrickson, concerning the creation of the Southern Colorado Institute of Transportation Technology at Colorado State University, Pueblo.
Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1365.
That's a proper motion. Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So after this bill left the House, I got a phone call from a friend of mine who actually works within the transportation industry in Pueblo, and we accidentally had left them out of the system plans. So we added them back in the Senate because I listen to my constituents. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1365. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Hooton's excused.
They don't like you either.
Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1365 is adopted. Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1365 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1365 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1365 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors.
Mr. Shebel, please close the machine. And Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1402.
House Bill 1402 by Representative Garnett, also Senator Hansen, concerning measures to promote responsible gaming and in connection therewith creating the Responsible Gaming Grant Program, establishing funding mechanisms to support the grant program, and making an appropriation.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that we concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1402.
Do you want to explain it, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. The Senate made 2 changes. One, to just make the appropriation of $2.5 million to the Responsible Gaming Grant Fund, cash fund, and then the second one was to just make it an annual appropriation and not continuous.
All right. Seeing no further discussions, the motion before us is to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1402. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Anybody else up there? Okay.
Please close the machine. With 48 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1402 is adopted. Majority Leader Esgar. I saw that big reach with the microphone. It was like way up here. Whoa. Oh, all right. Sorry. Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1402 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1402 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Majority Leader and Lindsay. Representative Lindsay. Representative Lindsay. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1402 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1013.
House Bill 1013 by Representatives Pelton and Snyder, also Senators Heisey and Winter, concerning the creation of a grant program to build community resilience regarding electric grid disruptions through the development of microgrids and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to concur with the Senate amendments.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Snyder.
The Senate just removed the ongoing appropriation language from this grant program.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1013. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 0 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1013 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1013 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1013 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1013 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1256.
House Bill 1256 by Representatives Amabile and McCluskey, also Senators Moreno and Gardner, concerning modifications to civil and voluntary commitment statutes for persons with mental health disorders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with House Bill 1256.
With
Senate amendments.
Representative Amabile.
Yes, so in the Senate, they changed department to BHA. I urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1256. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1250, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1256 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1256 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1256 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Majority Leader, you have to vote. Representative Judah. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1256 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1390.
House Bill 1390 by Representatives McCluskey and McLaughlin, also Senators Zenzinger and Lundin, concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House not concur with the Senate amendments and that a conference committee be appointed.
Very good. Any?
They like me. They
McCluskey.
really like me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we really are not changing the spirit of what the Senate amendment brought around the mascot time for making changes in schools, but we are clarifying the language. The Senate amendment extended for newly identified schools that need to change their mascot to a full year. We will keep that, but we are going to clarify that those schools that have already been notified are still under the time frame that they were given, which was roughly a year. So with that, I ask for thumbs up.
The question before the House is not to concur with Senate amendments and a conference committee be appointed. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to go to a conference committee is adopted. The House conferees are Representative McCluskey, Chair, Representative McLaughlin, and Assistant Minority Leader Geithner. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1077.
House Bill 1077 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Judah, also Senators Priola and Hansen, concerning the creation of the Colorado Nonprofit Security Grant Program for qualified nonprofit organizations at high risk of a terrorist attack who applied for but did not receive a grant from the Federal Nonprofit Security Grant Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment for 1077.
Yep, that's a proper motion. Is there any further discussion? Representative Judah.
They generously reduced our fiscal note, which was great. That saves money.
See no further discussion. The question before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1077. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1077 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1077 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1077 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1077 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1287.
House Bill 1287 by Representatives Basenecker and Hooten, also Senator Winter, concerning protections for mobile home park residents and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Hooten.
Yeah, I will.
Representative Hooten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1287.
That's a proper motion.
Just so that you know, it was our amendments that the Senate adopted.
That's great. Any further discussion, Representative Basenecker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. We made some tweaks to the registration form. We added resident standing, nonprofit standing, did a cleanup for the AG's office, bumped back the opportunity to purchase timeline to 120 days, solved the issue with LTAC and the bankers, added a petition clause, which is always a fan favorite, and the appropriation dropped as a result of the petition clause. So, you know, there you go.
We got you, Neville.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1287. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1287 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1287 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1287 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Members, please keep it down and please vote. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1287 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors.
Mr. Shebel, go ahead and close the machine. And Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1326.
House Bill 1326 by Representatives Garnett and Lynch, also Senators Pedersen and Cook, concerning measures to address synthetic opiates and in connection therewith changing the criminal penalties associated with synthetic opiates, using a substance abuse assessment to direct appropriate treatment and sentencing, providing opiate antagonists in the community, providing synthetic opiate detection tests in the community, creating immunity for furnishing synthetic opiate detection tests, providing treatment for persons in the criminal justice system, developing a fentanyl prevention and education program, providing funding for substance use and harm reduction, evaluating the substance use and harm reduction needs across the state, requiring a post-enactment review of the implementation of this act and making an appropriation.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the House not concur with Senate amendments and that a conference committee be appointed with permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the House and the Senate.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I would like to make a substitute motion to concur with the Senate on House Bill 1326.
All right. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem and members. I just want to say that it's really been an honor to work with Representative Lynch. There have been moments through this process on House Bill 1326 where we haven't always agreed, and that's okay. It's okay for us in this body to not always agree, and this is one of those moments. And I would ask for a no vote on this motion to concur with Senate amendments, and this is why. In the Senate, they removed the mens rea language, the language around reasonably should have known that you possess between 1 and 4 grams of fentanyl. As we all know, fentanyl is being cut into other drugs. So when you move the possession from 4 to 1, which I think many of us in this room agree is the right idea, the problem is that if there are cut points for other drugs that are above that 1, what do you do if you don't know that fentanyl is in your drug? And so we sent over language that created 2 mental states, which many people said was hard to implement, was challenging to prosecute, and was going to be unimplementable. And the Senate removed that language. I understand why they did that. I spent all weekend working on an alternative that I believe is right down the middle. And I would request that we reject this motion and allow us to go to a conference committee to strike that right balance. That's what I believe is the request of the people of Colorado, is that we try to bring 2 sides together, and that's what I spent all weekend working on. And let me just briefly tell you what I believe if we were to go to conference committee and reject this motion, that we would be able to work on. And it's essentially a concept that's modeled after heat of passion. And that is, it's an established legal procedure that is proven, and the defense must raise the issue and point to evidence in the case to get the jury instruction. And this is in that rare case where somebody was arrested and charged and then was going to trial on possession of fentanyl, but they believed that they didn't know that it was a mistake that fentanyl was in their compound mixture. It gives them a chance to prove to the court that they had no idea. And again, I look forward to, if we can get to that point, working with Representative Lynch and with Senator Cook and whomever is put on the conference committee to help strike this balance. But I want to be as transparent as I could about why not moving forward with the motion that my colleague made seems appropriate to me. So thank you for your patience and that long explanation. And again, thank you, Representative Lynch, for your work on this bill.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Temp, and I want to share the regards. This has been a journey. Because this behemoth of a bill started off at about 4 pages, and it has now grown into $56 million and 90 pages. But what I believe that's a statement of is that how much work has gone into this and how much we care in this state about the #1 cause of death between ages 15 and 50. And the Senate, the part that you didn't hear is the Senate dealt with over 200 amendments and did a ton of work themselves on this bill. And the concession that came out of the Senate after a bunch of things that could have gone a bunch of different ways was the removal of that language that inhibits law enforcement and prosecutors from going after these individuals and effectively prosecuting them. And what this bill does is it says that if you do get convicted of a felony, a couple things are going to happen. About 98% of these DF4 felonies get pleaded down to a misdemeanor. It's just a fact. That's with nothing changing today. But what we've done in this bill is we've added the systems in place that if you are brought into the system, you have diversion mechanisms, you have treatment mechanisms, you've got $56 million worth of effort that is coming out of this body to go after and fix your issues. If we do not uphold that felony conviction or that felony prosecution, they cannot enter into those programs. And that means those folks will go astray without being able to benefit there's only about 18 pages of conviction stuff, so about 70 pages of hard work to get those people converted. One of my other fears is that this is a fragile, fragile situation that we're in. And those 200 amendments that were fought over and that one change that was affected in the Senate came from great negotiation from the Senate. They worked their butts off on this. And if we concur, that work continues and is affirmed, and we're done. And we can move on. So think about this. The language that the speaker worked very hard on to put on there has been vetted through the DAs, been vetted through numerous lawyers. And they didn't say it was shoddy work, but they said it makes it tough for them again. When we have the opportunity tonight to actually make it easy for our law enforcement and our district attorneys to go and get these people diverted into the right place. So I would encourage a yes vote.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Representative Lynch. I just want to reiterate that I urge a no vote on this substitute motion.
The question before the House is a substitute motion to concur with the Senate amendments. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Mr. Shebo, please close the machine. Members, we are now back to announce the vote. With 30 ayes and 35 noes, the substitute motion fails. We are now back to the motion to not concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 1326, and that a conference committee be formed with permission to go beyond the scope of the differences. Is there further discussion? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I would urge an aye vote on this motion.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. That was much easier.
Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 25 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to not concur with Senate amendments and that a conference committee be appointed with permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the House and the Senate is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1387.
The House Bill 1387 by Representatives Titone and Bradfield, also Senators Fields and Priola, concerning measures to ensure that a common interest community has adequate reserve funds.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
That is a proper motion. Is there any further discussion? Representative Titone.
Yes, The Senate didn't understand what we were trying to do, so we drafted an amendment for them so they could understand what we were trying to do, and then they got it. And that's what we did. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1387. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1387 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1387 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1387 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1387 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1006.
House Bill 1006 by Representatives Roberts and Van Winkle, also Senators Donovan and Smallwood, concerning the property tax exemption for property used as an integral part of a child care center.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
Representative Van
Speaker.
Winkle.
I move that the House concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1006.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Senate, they added one amendment to clarify some issues where a landlord may lease to multiple tenants to make sure that the exemption applied only to the tenant that was the child care center.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1006. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1006 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Sorry, repasses. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1006 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1006 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1006 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Members, I know everyone's working really hard. Can we drive to the bottom of page 19 and then call it a night? And then we'll be done, okay? I love everybody very much. What? Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1149.
House Bill 1149 by Representatives Lynch and Byrd, also Senators Rankin and Hansen, concerning the expansion of the Advanced Industry Investment Tax Credit and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1149.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Byrd.
Yes, so the Senate amended our bill to extend the length of time that a qualifying investment can be made for the benefit of a tax credit, and also included language in the legislative declaration to describe quantum. We ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1149. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1149 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1149 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1149 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Lindsay. Please close the machine. With 53 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion House Bill 1149 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1246.
House Bill 1246 by Representative Lontine, also Senator Buckner, concerning the registration of a pharmacy located within a hospice inpatient unit as a specialized prescription drug outlet and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we concur with the Senate amendment.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion?
They changed, put in an effective date of January 1st, 2023. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1246. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 0 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1246 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1246 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1246 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1246 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1283.
House Bill 1283 by Representatives Michael St. John and Bradfield, also Senators Buckner and Priola, concerning enhanced residential services for persons with behavioral health needs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to concur with Senate amendments for House Bill 1283.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Michael St. John.
They adjusted the fiscal note to meet the changes in the bill.
They
adjusted the
Yes, no, it's fine. I was going to do it too. Representative Bradfield.
they adjusted the fiscal note
to meet the changes in the bill.
Okay.
We urge an aye vote.
Very good. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1283. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
Some people lose an eye.
It was the artillery. Representative Ricks. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 0 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1283 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1283 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1283 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Lindsay, Kip, Duran. Please close the machine. With 48 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1283 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors.
Right?
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1004.
House Bill 1004 by Representatives Ortiz and Young, also Senators Fields and Colker, concerning a transfer from the general fund to the Colorado Drives Vehicle Services account in the Highway Users Tax Fund.
Representative Ortiz.
Mr. Speaker, I move to concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 22-1004, Gobble.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Ortiz.
Just technical. They changed a word in the ledge deck, and they also changed the cash fund that will receive the transfer from licensing sources cash fund to Colorado Drives Vehicle Services account in the Highway Users Tax Fund. And the only reason why they did that is because they merged and they have the name of the latter. So, urge and I vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1004. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 0 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1004 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1004 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1004 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Duran. Duran. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1004 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1011.
House Bill 1011 by Representatives Cutter and Snyder, also Senators Story and Lee, concerning the establishment of a state grant program that provides funding to local governments that dedicated resources for wildfire mitigation purposes.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we move to concur with Senate amendments.
That is a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we moved, the sunset moved to 2027, so DORA had time to collect enough data to review the program and analyze it. And we did a technical amendment to align the transfer of cash funds with the actual start of the program. And we ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1011. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote.
Oh, did we do that?
Remember they did it on third reading.
Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1011 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1011 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1011 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. $15 fine. Because we want to make sure it goes into the kitty for the staff. But you did shoot a rubber band at the speaker. I did, $15. Can you guys vote? Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1011 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1012.
House Bill 1012 by Representatives Cutter and Valdez D, also Senators Janala and Lee, concerning healthy forests and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative D. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1012.
That's a proper motion. Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We actually added some additional funds for some fire mitigation programs, furworm, co-swap, and healthy, vibrant forests. So we ask for your support.
The motion before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1012. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote? Sorry.
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Kipp and Froelich. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1012 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1012 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1012 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1012 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1115.
House Bill 1115 by Representatives Kipp and Sober, also Senators Pedersen and Hawkins Lewis, concerning the prescription drug monitoring program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to concur with the Senate.
That's a proper motion. Representative Kipp.
Thank you. So what they did over in the Senate is they decided to reduce the appropriation a little bit and take the money from a different fund.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1115. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 0 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1115 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1119. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1115 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1115 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1115 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1119.
House Bill 1119 by Representatives Gray and Weissman, also Senator Winter, concerning civil liability for presenting false claims for payment to the state and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. We move to concur in Senate amendments to 1119.
19. That's a proper motion. Representative Weissman.
Senator did a few things. One, actually struck the ability of political subdivisions to bring actions directly for false claims against them. Instead, those have to be brought on behalf of the subdivision by the Attorney General. Two, clarify that a false claim can include underpayment to the state as well as receiving too much from the state. Three, sharpen language for UI fraud, which we know there has been some of out there. And four, specify that in the case of an assurance of discontinuance, there cannot be an action based on the same underlying facts. This was all negotiated in the Senate. We ask for your support.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1119. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 0 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1119 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1119 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1119 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1119 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shee will please read the title of the House Bill 1122.
House Bill 1122 by Representatives Will and Lindsay, also Senator Hawkes Lewis, concerning prohibiting certain practices by entities obligated to pay for prescription drug benefits and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Somebody. Representative Will. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1122.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Lindsay.
After continued stakeholding in the Senate, they put on these amendments so that we can make sure everybody's happy.
Representative Will.
Yeah, this bill was originally got on it to benefit my independent pharmacies, and in the Senate they literally gutted like a fresh caught trout the Section 1 out of the bill, and so it's still a good bill, but it's not as good as we'd hoped for. So that's for an aye vote.
All right. I like fresh cut trout. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1122. Mr. Shee will please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1122 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1122 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1122 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shee will please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1122 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shee will please read the title of the House Bill 1131.
House Bill 1131 by Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Bacon, also Senators Gonzalez, concerning measures to reduce justice involvement for young children and in connection therewith focus on prevention and age-appropriate interventions and making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments of House Bill 1131.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, members, because of the strike below that we did in the House that included a task force, we needed to make sure that because that task force included legislators, there needed to account for per diem for those legislators to participate on said task force. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1131. Mr. Shee will please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Sorry, yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1131 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1131 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1131 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shee will please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 27 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1131 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1151.
House Bill 1151 by Representatives Catlin and Roberts, also Senators Bridges and Simpson, concerning measures to incentivize waterwise landscapes and in connection therewith creating a state program to finance the voluntary replacement of irrigated turf and make an appropriation.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1151.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They'd put on one amendment in the Senate to give the department rollover authority as this program gets started up over the next 3 years.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us, is there any further discussion?
This is a good bill. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1151. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 53 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1151 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1151 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1151 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Woodrow. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1151 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1233.
House Bill 1233 by Representatives Lontine and Soper, also Senators Simpson and Janal, concerning the continuation of the regulation of optometry by the State Board of Optometry and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations in the 2021 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to concur and with Senate amendments.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion? Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were two changes in the Senate. There was a narrowing of the language on non-thermal lasers to just make sure that we were only talking about just these 3 procedures. And then they clarified that the training verification that was added in the House was only for new procedures and not procedures that have been on the books for years. I ask for an aye vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1233. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1233 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1233 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1233 as amended. See no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1233 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1259. Oh, Assistant Majority Leader. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1259 until the end of the Senate.
Seeing no
Senate
objection,
amendment comment.
House Bill 1259 will be laid over to the bottom of the Senate amendments to House Bills calendar. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1281.
House Bill 1281 by Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Ricks, also Senators Winter and Rankin, concerning a program to fund behavioral health care services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader, or Representative Ricks.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we concur with the Senate amendments. Sorry.
Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what the Senate did was it clarified that the BHA provides technical assistance on the assessment tool and expands language about the services to spell out that substance use disorder services are included. I ask for an aye on the concurrence.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1281 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1281 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1281 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1281 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1302.
House Bill 1302 by Representatives Kennedy and Will, also Senators Hawkins, Lewis, and Priola, concerning healthcare practice transformation to support whole person health through integrated care models and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1302.
It's a proper motion. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made a few changes. They are allowing the grants to be used for training and trauma-informed care. They added funding to transform processes for adults with physical disabilities attempting to access long-term care in the community. And they made several small technical changes to align language with other initiatives. We ask for your support.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1302. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendment to House Bill 1302 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1302 as amended.
Question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1302 and as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1302 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors.
So they did? We just adjusted the fiscal note. They didn't try to mess with it. Yeah.
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1303.
House Bill 1303 by Representatives Amable and Sandridge, also Senators Winter and Smallwood, concerning an increase in the number of residential behavioral health beds and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Mobley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1303.
That's a proper motion. Any further discussion?
We don't want to hear it.
Representative Mobley.
Yeah, in the Senate, they adjusted the fiscal note. They didn't change the amount of money, but they hadn't quite allocated it correctly, so they amended that. And I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to concur Senate amendments to House Bill 1303. Mr. Shebel, please open the sheet of members. Please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Lindsay. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1303 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1303 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1303 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 1303 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1308.
House Bill 1308 by Representative McCormick, also Senator Donovan, concerning the creation of the Colorado Agricultural Workforce Services Program and the Department of Agriculture to provide resources specific to agricultural employment and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1308.
Question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments. Representative McCormick, would you like to talk about it more?
Yes, they eliminated the grant program and changed shall to may. I urge an aye vote.
The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1308. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes.
Balance of the calendar. Until tomorrow? Until tomorrow. Yeah.
Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 0 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1308 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1308 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1308 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 0 excuse, House Bill 1308 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to labor the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, Monday, May 11th. It's not Monday. Tomorrow, Wednesday, May 11th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, Wednesday, May 11th. Mr. Shebel, please read message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
message from the Senate will be buried in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit
from the
without
reviser will be printed in the journal. Members, I want to thank you for your hard work and patience today. It's always an honor to serve with all of you. Any further announcements or introductions, Representative Van Winkle?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a big shout out to especially our front desk and all the staff here. When we go home, real quick. Thank you to our sergeants, to State Patrol, and our front desk here. When we go home, they stay at least an hour late. Carl over here stays about 1 to 3 hours later, so thank you, Carl.
Carl. Majority Leader Escar.
Carl, you're amazing. You're all amazing. I didn't say anything.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adjourn. I move the House stand in adjournment until tomorrow morning, Wednesday, May 11th at 9 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until 9 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, May 11th.